All right, so we are doing this in Zoom as we are recording this live, and we're also live streaming on YouTube now, and I'm sure at some point we're going to cut some of this up and put it out wherever we can put it out. Oops.
Doing this in Zoom.
Now I'm listening to myself on echo, so let's not do that. Okay. Were you guys able to hear that echo for a moment? Perfect. All right. We're off to a great start. I told Michelle right before we started, something's going to have to go wrong because I actually feel really good. Like I don't feel discombobulated. You know, I feel I'm actually fully combobulated, and so that means something must go wrong. But at least we caught it. You know, a few minutes in. All right. Michelle has a great idea. Shall we start the recording over? Sure, let's start this recording over. Just on Zoom, though. On YouTube, you guys are going to be able to hear all of this. And so the reason she said that is because it'll help in editing purposes. So here we go. All right, so state of the coaching industry in 2024. I want to teach you laws, not rules. I want to teach you the reality. I want to teach you based on my wisdom of 18 years in this industry and all the things that I've learned internally, externally, what's going on in the marketing world, what I did in 2006 that is still working now, or what is no longer working from 2023 that is obsolete now in 2024. So I really want to teach you like what you need to know about the playground of coaching. The playground of the coaching industry, so that you can know how to think about what to do, and you can make in the moment choices, and you can make in the moment pivots when necessary, and you can have more agency as a coach, but also as a business owner and as an entrepreneur. That's what I want to teach you in this state of the coaching industry address here. And I'll tell you, like, it's not hype. I don't want to hype you up. I want to give you hope on what's possible for you and what's going to work for you personally. But I'm not going to give you a bunch of hype about guarantees or proven this and that or secret sauce. Like, there's no such thing as a secret. It's just stuff that you do or don't do. And there's no such thing as right or wrong either. It's just aligned or not aligned. One of the things that I think is really critical to understand in the coaching industry, now everything I talk about in this state of the coaching industry address is going to be obviously related to coaching, but the principles are going to apply to all kinds of other things. Also, especially when we get into what's required to learn at a mastery level, we're going to break down all that stuff. But what most coaches are doing is making the right choices at the wrong time. So it's not that what you're choosing to do or to invest in or to learn are the wrong choices. You're just not doing it at the right time, right? If you're 4 years old, there will be a time when you learn how to drive. Now's not the time. So going and trying to take your driver's license test and trying to get a driver's license or going and buying a Ferrari, probably you might want to do that at some point in time, but not now. Like we got to learn some other things when you're 4 years old. And so what I see in the coaching industry is essentially a bunch of toddlers purchasing Cadillacs and trying to figure out how to drive when they're just not there yet. But knowing that at one point in time, you're going to need to learn how to drive and you're going to need a license and you're going to need a Cadillac is enticing and it's exciting and it's compelling. And so when I say toddlers, I'm not talking about your intelligence. I'm not talking about your wisdom. I'm not talking about anything intellectual about you specifically. It's just where you are on your journey. So you could be a master level person. You could be a doctorate level somebody somewhere in some role in the world. And as soon as you start coaching, you're newborn. Because it doesn't matter how old you are as a person or how much time you spent in other areas. What matters is how long have you been on this journey? And then what does that evolution arc look like? So I don't want you to be a toddler buying a Cadillac. I want you to be a toddler learning what you need to learn as a toddler. And in business, I think it's even more critical because in business, if you jump too far out ahead of yourself, without what you need at this stage, some people make mistakes in timing that they'll never recover from. They'll never recover from it financially, energetically, or worse, emotionally. So that's what I want to prevent you from. And it's coming from a long history of all of my attempts at success and my journey in the coaching industry, et cetera. So if you're watching this on replay, engage still. Wherever this is, type in comments about the stuff that lands for you, type in questions, put a Q with a colon in front of any question that you ask, please, so that we know there's a question and we'll capture it and answer it at some point in time, even if we don't answer it here. But let me give you a little preview of what we're going to get into today. We're going to talk about 7 main things. We're going to talk about this first one is it's everything. Because if you don't get this first piece, nothing after it really matters. And so I'm going to start out with why confidence is actually a coward's game. And how when you attempt to increase your confidence, you're actually increasing your cowardice. Stick around for that one and listen to this multiple times. Whether you're live right now as we record or you're watching on replay, when you get into foundational learning, you have to learn over and over and over again. Mastery level learning requires repetition. If you're not in the classroom, you're not going to get the lessons that are required for you to be in the classroom, sitting in your seats, and then probably review the material. So please don't just drive by this stuff if you want mastery level results, right? So that's the first thing we're going to talk about, confidence, and really break that down. Second thing, we're going to talk about the 4 stages of mastery level learning. Then we're going to talk about what is currently working in the coaching industry, according to my perspective, obviously, what is no longer working, and how to market in a post-COVID world. If you think post-COVID is anything like pre-COVID or during COVID, you're going to be sorely mistaken, because the world truly has fundamentally changed because the behavior of the humans have changed. And if the behavior of the humans have changed because of what everybody experienced over the last 4 years, then you have to meet those changes. And if you don't meet those changes, there's zero chance, like literally zero chance of success. Then we're going to talk about the most important strategic shift you need to make mentally and emotionally to sell transformation in an attention economy. This is all about transformational coaching. If you don't want to be a transformational coach, please save whatever amount of time I'm going to be going on from this point forward. Save that in your life, because you're never going to get this time back and it won't apply to you. If you don't want to be a transformational coach that really wants to transform people's lives, then don't worry about all this stuff. And I say this without any level of judgment. If you want to be a transactional coach, more where you're just offering informational exchanges, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's just that that's not this, and that's not what I am. So I'm going to be teaching the things that apply to transformational coaches. But here's the thing. If you take strategies and philosophies and marketing techniques that work for transactional coaching and try to apply it to transformational coaching, they will not work. So again, it's not right or wrong, good or bad, better or worse. It's just alignment. So we're going to talk about transformation in today's world. I'm going to teach the 3-ingredient recipe for magnetic marketing, especially for any of you that don't like sales techniques. Any of you here live with us, you can raise your hand if I can see you, or raise your Zoom hand. How many of you don't love sales? Okay. Virtually everybody that I see, hands up. And most of the cameras that are off, I see hands up on Zoom, right? Most of you don't love sales techniques. So if you try to change yourself to love sales when you don't love sales, or you get really good at something you don't love, there's going to be misalignment. And it's just not going to work for you. But here's the good news. You're a better salesperson when you're not trying to sell anyway. You're going to be a better salesperson as a teacher or as a coach, as long as you use those techniques for your sales. And then we're making offers and invitations, and we'll get into some of that stuff. We're going to talk about how to win in coaching, even if you are Now, as I say these things, raise your hand if this is you. Even if you are insecure sometimes. Anybody? Even if you are an introvert or you have a lot of doubts inside of you, you wonder if you can do this, and you wonder how you look, and you wonder if they're going to like it, and you wonder what they're thinking about you. Or if you're just sensitive in nature, you feel, and I don't mean in nature when you're walking among the trees, I mean your natural place is just like sensitive. You feel your feelings, your emotions. If you're just a messed up human being like all of us, just walking around traumatized in the world, this pinball machine called Earth, but you just want to help people, there's still a way to win in coaching if you take all the things that we're going to talk about and apply them to you specifically. You can do this. I promise you, you can do this. But it won't look like somebody else's journey, and it might not look the way that you hope it looks and that you want it to look and that you think it should look, but it is possible. And if you take nothing else out of this session here that we do, it's that it is possible for you to do this. All the details are variables that I can't predict, but it is possible for you to do this. And then the final thing I'm going to talk about is what are the next steps for you to take individually in order to build a solid coaching business that can be very impactful. You can make a lot of money and you can actually feel good doing all of it, right? So that's kind of an overview of what we're going to get into. We're going to go for a while. I don't know how long it's going to be, but it won't be short. That's for sure, at least compared to a lot of other trainings out there. If you need to step away and come back later, great. Get some water or whatever beverage of choice. We won't ask you what you're drinking, especially if you got an opaque glass, although this is water as far as you know, and get some snacks and get up and stretch or whatever it is that you got to do to stick around, obviously, but there's no judgment if you have to leave or turn your camera off or what have you. I'd rather you have a bunch of information you can access and then you choose when and how you're going to access it. But again, I want to stress, come back to this and watch it, listen to it over and over and over again, because we're talking about foundations and those go deep. Foundational learning is about applying different depths to where you are. It's not just checking off the box. Like, okay, I've heard that thing, so I don't need to hear it again. That's not the case with foundational learning, and especially if you want to be a mastery level anything, coach specifically. So we're going to do whatever we can do to also make it a good time for you, though. Hopefully we'll have some fun. I don't know, tell some jokes, read some poems. I don't know what's going to happen really as this whole thing unfolds. But I want it to be super valuable for you. And if it's entertaining on top of that, then great. But I definitely want it to be really valuable to you. And I also, for your benefit, I don't want to sugarcoat anything. I might swear here and there. I don't know if I do, it's just because I'm fired up about something, but I don't want to sugarcoat anything because that's disrespectful to you. There's harsh realities about life, about coaching, about the industry, about this post-COVID world that I'm talking about what it takes to be an entrepreneur. There are harsh realities that you cannot change and you cannot negotiate, but you can be aware of them and prepare for them. And that's what I want you to be prepared for, is the reality, rather than buy energetically or financially some idea that is a fantasy that's not actually real, right? So I'm not interested in selling candy to sugar addicts. I want you to be prepared foundationally to make this work in your way. And I don't want you to be another version of me. Lord knows one is more than enough. You can ask Michelle or Sarah or Sybil or McKenna or Axley or I could just run the list of the people that will absolutely agree with that. But I want you to be the most evolved version of you, your version of transformation, your version of this work. And in order to do that, you have to be active in your learning. I don't want you to be passive. I want you to be active. I want you to be engaged. I want you to be asking questions. I want you to be commenting as much as you can, because your brain will say, oh, we're actually engaged here. And we live in a world where so many of us have been reduced to shallow experiences. And you can never get any kind of depth with shallow experiences. So if you want a deep experience and you want rootedness and you want balance and you want presence and all the things that are required in this, you can't do that in a shallow, multitasking, disrupted, distracted kind of way. So be active in your learning, and that's the only way that you're actually going to have some of these things really stick. So before I get into the content, I want to share a little bit about who I am, because many of you might not know. How many of you, just by show of hands, don't actually know about me or my story of, why I'm teaching and what I'm teaching, all this stuff, what we're talking about, or where I've come from, or any of that? All right, just a few hands. So a lot of you know, and that's great. So you'll hear it again, or I haven't told some of this stuff to some of you maybe, but this is basically me in one slide that captures who I am and a lot of things that are really important to me in my life. From a business standpoint, I've been in business 18 years, as I said, over $8 million in sales. 2013, I won an award called North America's Next Greatest Speaker. It allowed me to travel the globe and do some really cool things on some big stages and learn so much about myself. So that's something awesome, and I'm really proud of it. And I'm the current reigning champion of North America's Next Greatest Speaker. And some people tell me not to say this next part, but it might be because after I won, they didn't do the contest anymore. But that doesn't matter. I am the reigning, forever really, reigning North America's Next Greatest Speaker. So I'll do my little walk. Anyway, over this time that I've been in business, I got really geeky about coaching, specifically about helping people individually because of what coaching has done for me. So over the years, I've done all kinds of iterations on programs that I'm teaching, and we've gotten into certification programs. So we have 3 different levels of coaching certification programs. We'll talk about some of that later, but I've studied this work really ever since I was on a piano bench in 2005, and a life coach changed my entire world by taking me through a coaching exercise that took about 15 minutes, but it helped me address and confront and engage with and embrace and start to dissolve my biggest anchor at that point in my life, my biggest obstacle, which was this limiting belief that I'm not good enough. Anybody relate to that? I think all of us on some level have an adequacy belief problem. We think we're not smart enough, we're not tall enough, we're not good enough, we're not pretty enough, we're not big enough, we're not small enough, we're not enough, we're not something enough. And that entered me into, that catapulted me into an arena where I was so lit up about the possibility of this work. And it's really the fuel that I'm still operating on all these years later, which is, almost 19 years later since I was on that piano bench. And through that time, I've iterated so many things and created so many products, and literally hundreds of audio programs and dozens of online courses, and I don't know how many live events, probably 7 or 8 different kinds of live events, taught, 50, 60, 70 times over the years. I've attended so many live events. This is the ocean that I've been swimming in for 18 years. That's why everything that I teach comes from something that I've experienced. And that's why I'm really rooted in my belief about what works and what doesn't work, and what I think you should do and what I think you should avoid, because I'm coming from all of this. And one bullet that's not on here, that might be the most important bullet in terms of why I'm talking about what I'm talking about and how I'm talking about it, is that I filed bankruptcy in 2008 actually. And that bankruptcy moment was so pivotal for me personally, and I had to learn so many things. And I had just made $500,000 the year and a half before, and then filed bankruptcy after that. So what I learned on a business level about internal mechanisms of business, but even more than that, what I learned about myself during that process, taught me some of the greatest lessons that I've ever learned. And I do believe that we generally learn more from falling down the hill than we do climbing up the hill. And we definitely learn more in either one of those than we do getting plopped on top of that hill. So I want to teach you my falling down lessons. I want my bankruptcy to help you avoid yours. Whether we're actually talking about a financial sign the papers bankruptcy, or just an emotional bankruptcy, or just some kind of catastrophe, I want my lessons to help you avoid yours. Many of you might know I co-created and I co-teach a certified transformational trainer program with Lisa Nichols. I've been on a couple of TEDx stages, performing some poetry, spoken word poems. I did a one-man show called I Do Mom, which was all about my relationship with my mom, and I healed trauma on the stage and like went through some of the deepest transformations personally with all of that. And recently, within the last 2 years, I've started to act. That bullet is old. I've been in more than 70 films now in about 20 months or so as an actor. And so a lot of the things that I learned have transferred over there, or I've learned some things over there acting, and it informs some of the stuff over here. So I might be weaving some stories in here and there. I have a book. You can see that on the slide called Daddy, Are You Proud of Me? It's about the father-daughter relationship. I've done 3,000 at least articles and audios and videos. We've got 1 million YouTube views over the years, and I've actually published a couple songs. So I say all of this not to try to pump up my chest and to get you to, think I'm super cool. I say all that because I think my hairstyle does that, but I say all that just so that you know where I'm coming from. So if we get into a conversation and I get all animated or I just won't come off of a thing, it's because that's coming from 2009 pain. That's not coming from futuristic, let me try to predict the future kind of theory. It's coming from, I did that and this is what it led to, or I've seen so many people try that. And this is what I believe because like I said, I've been swimming this ocean for 18 years. So that's who I am, and that's going to inform everything that I ever teach, but everything that I'm going to talk about specifically here in the state of the coaching industry. And before I get into this first piece of content around confidence, I have a question for you. This is a fundamental question that you have to ask and answer. Do you want to be good, or do you want to look good? And I know this is kind of like everybody's going to answer the same way, but I actually want you to answer this. So if you're live here, type it in chat. If you're watching the replay, type it in the comment section, wherever you're seeing this. I want you to actually answer this. I want you to type it out. I want your eyes to see what you are committed to. And if you only want to look good, that's also fine. But just know that. But this fundamental fork in the road decision will inform everything after it. Because if you want to be good, and I see some of you are saying, I want to be great, I want to be phenomenal, I want to be world class, awesome, then you can, you can turn that adjective up to whatever degree you want. But the difference is between being and looking. And in between being and looking is feeling. Most people are actually trying to feel good so that they look good. Even if they won't consciously admit that, that's actually what so many of us are doing. And you can tell because if you think you might not look good, you sabotage yourself. So if we're having a real look in the mirror moment, how many of you can recognize that you stop yourself from doing something if your mind tells you, I'm not going to look good? By show of hands, let me know that you recognize that your sabotage kicks in when the thought is, uh-oh, this might not look good. Because if it doesn't look good, they won't like it, they won't like me, they won't buy it. It's the looking good that most of us are actually more committed to at a deep, deep level. Because if we look bad, then we feel bad. So what we're actually more committed to is not feeling bad. Everybody with me so far? Here's the problem. To get good, you have to move through feeling bad. But if your whole intention at a deep emotional, somatic, embodied level is to not feel bad, then you can never get good. It's not possible. But we want it to be. So that's why people, I don't think anybody's actually saying these words, but people are basically saying, can somebody give me the shortcut around feeling bad, but at the end of it, I'm going to get good? Now, nobody is actually saying this when they offer you this stuff, but here's what they're basically saying. No, but since you want to get good, I'm going to tell you that you can look good without having to feel bad. I can take all that stuff away from you, and I'll give you this fantasy of, actually, yeah, I can teach you how to be good. But it's not actually being good. It's the avoidance of feeling bad. So if you chose that you want to get good, here's what is also in the choice that you made: feeling bad. So now I want you to type in, I'm committed to feeling bad. Because if you're committed to being good, you're also committed to feeling bad. It's just most of us don't know that those two things come together. That's not what almost anybody wants. Almost everybody wants, I want to get good, but never feel bad. And then, sweetheart, that's not possible. I love this so much. The amount of people that are saying, I'm committed to feeling bad. Now, it's not so that you feel bad and stay there. It's so that you feel bad and keep moving forward so that eventually on the other side of feeling bad, you will actually get good. And you can feel good in that process eventually. But you got to move through the process of getting good. And then all the things that you're wanting to feel are available, but they're on the other side of doing the work. How's this landing for you so far? And what I get excited about is the idea that you all just made the commitment, those of you that responded, you made the commitment to feeling bad, not for the sake of feeling bad and not for you, but if you really want to get good, that means that you want to help other people. So your commitment to feel bad is so that when you meet the people that you're supposed to meet, that are assigned to you and you're assigned to them, you'll be ready. Because if you're not willing to go through the process of getting good, then when you do meet them, you won't be ready. And here's what people don't do nowadays. They don't come knocking on your door, realize that you're not ready for them, and then say, I'll come back later. No. When they come knocking on the door, if you're not ready for them, they'll say, I'll come back never. I mean, they won't actually say it. You'll just never see them again. So if you really want to be ready for all the opportunities that you have in front of you, you've got to commit to being good. And then if you commit to being good, then you have to commit to the process of getting good. And what almost everybody is trying to get to, the targets that people want. Like, well, type them in here. What are some of the things that you're trying, that you believe you're trying to get to? Like confidence or like great branding or marketing skills or certainty or fearlessness or unstoppable or whatever. Like what are those traits that you want to get to because you know that if you can get to those, then you can succeed. In other words, if I have this or if I feel this or if I stop feeling this, then I can win. I see courage, I see bravery, independence, getting over myself, certainty for sure, mastery, fully myself, authentic courage. I love those two words put together, clarity, visibility, consistency. Awesome. So all of those things are possible, but all of those things are outcomes. That's the key point. They're outcomes of a process. In other words, you can't just grab certainty. You have to go through a lot of things that will produce certainty on the opposite side of all the things that you go through. So the things that you really need in order to succeed are byproducts of doing the work. Now, here's why that's really critical. I think everybody would intellectually agree with that, but here's why that's really critical. Most people are not signing up for the work that will produce those things as byproducts. Most people are just signing up for the shortcuts to get to those things. And most people are selling the shortcuts to get to those things. So it's not good enough to know that you shouldn't care what other people think. It's not good enough to know that you should just have this 0 F's given and you should just keep going and every no gets you closer to a yes. It's not good enough for you to have this meme version of personal development. It's not good enough for you to have affirmations. It's not good enough for you to have stuff on your goal poster. It's not good enough for you to know the targets. You've got to do the work that produces those as an outcome, and then the success is possible. And then the magnetism is possible. And then the sales and the marketing and all those techniques are possible. So if you're committed to being good, you have to be committed to the process that will produce getting good. How's this landing so far? Humility, belief in my abilities. I'm just reading some of the other comments from before. Now, the reason I'm starting with this is because most of you, and myself included, you're going to have to remind yourself of your commitments when it gets hard. And it's not going to be easy. So you're going to have to remind yourself, oh yeah, I committed to getting good, and that means I committed to feeling bad. And so what am I doing right now? Feeling bad. Awesome, I committed to it. Great. And if you understand that is part of the process, then when you feel bad or when you feel frustrated or when your mind does the things that the mind will always do on a growth journey, it won't surprise you and you won't think it's wrong because you know that has to happen. You have to doubt yourself. You have to wonder if you have what it takes to do the things that you really want to do. If it matters to you, you have to doubt. You have to be sensitive. You have to be insecure about the things that really matter to you. Those are requirements, you guys. Those should not be surprises. You should just check those off when you feel them because you know they're going to happen. And removing some of those surprises is one of the biggest ways you can keep your mind in the game the way you have to be in the game. And then you have a chance. The hill is already, it's already an uphill journey, right? It's already an incline. Don't take an incline and make it vertical. You can't take the incline and turn it to a decline, but you can take the incline and just make it a little bit less inclined. If you understand what's happening, you get the support and you're prepared and all that good stuff, it's possible. So inside this conversation though, we now have a conscious conundrum. We have a conundrum of consciousness. It's about what we're conscious of and what we're not conscious of. So if you commit to being good, then what you have to understand is what you have to do to be good is out of your current consciousness. It's in your blind spot. So this is where one of the biggest challenges shows up. What you're aware of as an amateur is not what you need to become a master level anything. So then what can you as an amateur, and again, I don't mean this in any kind of judgmental way about intelligence or anything like that. It's just where you are in the journey. As an amateur, what can you do to give yourself permission to go into the blind spots and do what's necessary in order to build your certainty, in order to continue to actually grow? Because anything that currently makes sense to you with your current level of consciousness is not going to grow you to another level, because that current consciousness is only good for this level. And most marketing is designed to make things make sense to you so you can intellectually approve of the purchase. So I want you to really get this part. Anything that you intellectually approve of at this level of consciousness is more than likely inadequate to take you to that level of growth. Because you can't see what's up there. You can't see what you need to do. Is that landing for you? I'm stacking this, and I want to go really, I want to be really intentional that you see how all this stacks, because then we're going to open the floodgates and talk about all the things that are talk aboutable in the marketing world, and then it matters. but you really just have to understand the stacking of your permission level and your commitments and what you're actually getting into. So your current level of consciousness is good at, let me put it in an educational system. If you are in second grade, you don't know how to pass the third grade test because you're not there yet. And if I try to get you as a second grader to understand what you're going to have to understand at the end of third grade, that's impossible. But if I'm selling you a product called How to Pass Your Third Grade Test, I'm going to put it in second grade awareness so that you'll buy my product. But if it makes sense to you as a second grader, you're not passing the test. Because the only way it can make sense to you as a second grader is if it is not what you'll actually need at the end of third grade. Does that make sense? Because there's just too much distance between here and there. So you just gotta understand what we're getting into here. If you want to get good, if you don't want to get good, nothing I've said applies. But if you don't want to get really good and have a certain groundedness that can actually make a phenomenal impact in this world, it's possible. You just need to know what you're getting into. So most marketing programs, and this isn't just the coaching world, but the coaching world is an industry that has no regulations, you guys. Like, people can't get in trouble for lying in the coaching world because there's no regulations. You'll never find anybody that tells you, I'm going to teach you how to pass the bar exam and get your first clients as a lawyer inside of 48 hours. That doesn't exist because, number one, it's not possible, and number two, it's illegal. So we need to be self-aware of what we're saying yes to in order to set ourselves up to succeed. So here's the last kind of meta, high-level concept that I want to give you, and then we'll get deeper into the bullets that I promise you. If you're committed to mastery level learning, you need to understand that your biggest lessons are outside of your current consciousness. They're in your blind spots. You can't currently see them. But some of what's in your blind spot is no longer in my blind spot, just because I've moved past it. What my 2010 blind spots were are no longer my 2010 blind spots. I got 2024 blind spots, but my 2010 blind spots are illuminated, and I can give you what's in your current blind spot that's just no longer in mine. Does that make sense? Like, that's the process of this kind of learning, right? And so here's where it gets kind of red pill, sort of like, what are you actually into here? It's the difference between, the conscious, unconscious. It's like what you know and what you know you don't know. If you live in the world of what you know and what you know you don't know, you can never evolve to another level because you're only playing in the realm of what you currently know, which means you're just in second grade playing with second grade materials. Where this goes to another level is when you're willing to lean into what you don't know. But even better than that, what you don't know, you don't know. Because there are certain things that you know you don't know. And that's good for you to go, okay, I know I don't know that, but I'm going to sign up for the class that's going to give me that. But then the bigger things are the ones you don't know you don't know. That's another level. That's extra level mastery learning, right? Because the second grader doesn't know what they're not going to know in the middle of third grade. But if you're willing to continue to lean into what you know what you don't know, now we got a chance. Yes, that's why I'm here, I see. That's the paralyzed state. Quite often, it is the paralyzed state because the conscious mind hates not knowing. So now if we got two levels of not knowing, you don't know, but now you don't know you don't know. That's two levels of hatred to the intellect. But to the person that's not willing to lean into, I don't know what I don't know, mastery is not available to you. Mastery is not available to you. So that has to be confronted. Otherwise, what's possible becomes impossible because you're not willing to confront that relationship. How are we doing? Looks like most people are still here. That's great. That means you're willing to be present and lean in and learn about the stuff. All right, let's get into this first piece. And then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one of our programs. And we're going to do a lot today. We're going to do a lot. So this first piece is about confidence. Here's my bold statement to you. Most attempts at confidence actually increase cowardice. Confidence is a cowardice game. And here's why. Confidence at an intellectual level, which is what most people are searching for, is coming from the place of wanting to avoid failure. Would you guys all agree with that? Because most of us source our confidence when we believe something's going to work. If I think I'll be able to succeed, then I'll be confident in attempt. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem because you're letting everything ride on not failing. In a world of failure, that's not possible. But most people are sourcing their confidence in learning how to not fail. So, the more that I source my confidence in trying to avoid failure, the more I am increasing my fear of failure. And if failure is a part of the process and I'm afraid of what's required in the process, how can I win, you guys? It's not possible because I'm afraid of the thing that's required. And the biggest lessons you've ever learned in your life came from failure, did they not? So if the biggest lessons always come from failure, and the attempt at getting confident so that we don't feel bad is learning how to avoid failure, then basically what you're asking is, can you keep all of my biggest lessons away from me, please? Because they're going to come wrapped in a package that doesn't feel good. So if failure provides our biggest learning, then shouldn't we lean into failure rather than try to avoid it? If you're committed to getting good, if you're committed to only feeling good, then please take all the confidence courses out there. Because they'll teach you how to give a false sense of security and a false sense of feeling good all day long. But if you're committed to getting good, failure is a part of the process. And I put failure in air quotes because that's just an intellectual construct for us. So, don't seek confidence. Unless you want to be more and more and more afraid of failure. That's why I say it's a cowardice game. It actually increases our cowardice because you're telling yourself, I don't trust myself with failure, therefore I have to try to avoid it. What you've got to be searching for or committed to rather than confidence, which is an intellectual thing, is certainty, which is a somatic thing. It's in your body. Because certainty says, bring it on. Because confidence tries to avoid failure. Certainty knows you'll get back up after you fail. Now, which one of those do you think is more important? Avoiding what's required or knowing you'll get back up when it happens? Certainty starts to dissolve your fear of failure. And it's not just a quick thing like that. It's just going to go away overnight. But it starts to dissolve your fear of failure because you know you'll get back up. And the more that you know you'll get back up, the more you source your balance and your rootedness and I'm looking for another word other than the ones I've been using, confidence and certainty. You source your power and you source your inspiration internally. Because it doesn't matter who knocks you down, you know you're going to get back up. And if you know you're going to get back up, then it's actually less likely that you get knocked down because you're not afraid of it. It's kind of like the difference, if you're really afraid to fall off a bike and you try to pedal the bicycle, really afraid of falling off because you fall off, you're going to die, and you try to pedal this bicycle with that kind of fear and you're going like half a mile an hour, what's the likelihood that you're going to fall? It's almost guaranteed. But if you ride because you source your confidence in knowing that you're able to keep yourself balanced, you can ride for 100 miles and not fall off that bicycle because you have enough momentum, because you're not afraid to fall. That's like what success is all about as well. You've got to have momentum. And your resilience muscles are way more powerful than your don't get knocked down muscles. That's certainty. But now here's the thing. How do you know you're going to get back up? In other words, how can you practice getting back up? How can you build getting up muscles? You have to get knocked down. It's impossible to build resilience without adversity. It's impossible to know how to get up off of the ground unless you've been put onto the ground. So if you're tracking me and if you believe in what I'm saying, then you must be knocked down in order to build your get back up muscles. And as soon as you source your power from knowing you're going to get back up, now you won't get knocked down. Or you won't stay down very long. So this world of confidence is actually useless if you want to get really good. Because the voice of confidence says, you can't handle failure. And the voice of certainty says, I'm much bigger than failure. So you're sourcing your power from yourself rather than being scared of the situation around you. And people that don't do that, people that don't get into certainty, then what happens is when the thing that you're confident about going well doesn't go well, there's an emotional destruction that usually happens. Because you thought it was supposed to go well and you felt really confident, right? And if you ask people how they know they're confident, it'll usually come down to some feeling that they have. And we talk about it as though it's a feeling, but confidence is not a feeling. Confidence is an intellectual belief that it won't fail. But when people say, I feel confident, what they're really saying is, I don't feel fear. So the way that we hold on to this is usually, if I feel fear, then I'm not confident. How many of you can recognize that? If you feel fear about something, that really chips away at your idea of being confident, and it causes you to not want to take action because you feel fear. So the mind has convinced us that confidence is when we don't have fear, which again is a fool's game. Because if you ever do something that you really, really care about and you don't have a level of fear, it means you are detached from your give a damn. And if you take the stage and you don't give a damn about whether you deliver, then shame on you for taking that stage. Get off that stage that you don't care enough about to have some fear in you. If I ever get ready to take a stage and I don't have some fear in me, I know it's time for me to quit. But most people think step number 1 is get rid of the fear. Step number 2 is take action. No. Learn to love the fear. Learn to understand why it's showing up and then bring it along with you. But the key is have your fear be your co-pilot, not your main pilot. Because your fear is a really important co-pilot. There's some lessons to learn inside that fear. And then the more we do the work to move into certainty, then the less influential that fear is on our taking action. That's the key. So I want you to be able to feel the fear and be aware of it, but then still have something big enough for you to take action anyway, like some kind of dedicated, inspired purpose or mission that's bigger than the effect of the fear that it has on you. What most people are doing is they're just in this battle of trying to recover from the emotional destruction when the thing doesn't work, whatever that thing is. So most people are just trying to get up and put the confidence back on, and then it won't work again because it didn't work the first time. So more of the thing that doesn't work usually just won't work more, right? So if you went into this emotional battle with a thing called confidence and it didn't work, more confidence is not the answer. Because the problem is the kind of confidence that you had in the first place. So most people are just trying to win this emotional battle of, am I confident now? Am I more confident now? Did I get rid of my fear now? And you're just playing the wrong game. I want you to do the work that produces certainty, because certainty has the power to override the emotional fears or the intellectual fears. But confident solutions actually cannot solve somatic problems. Somatic meaning in your body. Your mind is not more powerful than your body when it comes to this stuff. I always say, if there's a fire on the 3rd floor of the building, you better send the fire department to the 3rd floor. You got to go where the fire is. If the problem is in your body, you need a solution that handles where the problem actually is. And then we got a shot, you guys. Then we got a shot, and that's where it gets exciting. So if you're committed to getting good, you need to choose programs. I'm about to tell you about one of ours if you're interested in what we do here. Or if not us, you need to pick something that's going to produce, as a byproduct, the certainty that's required. And nearly all of the coaching industry, in my opinion, what I see, I know I have a very cynical view to a lot of this stuff, but it's only because I see what actually works and what doesn't work. And most people are just gearing up with confidence, and they're failing miserably. And it's not that the person is wrong, it's just they brought the wrong weapon into battle. They brought an intellectual solution to an embodied problem. That's all. And if any of you have experienced any of this stuff, I want you to get excited about knowing that you've just been shooting at the wrong target. Because if you have the wrong target, the worst thing you can do is get good at hitting it. I saw that reaction, Francisca. That's the worst thing you can do. So if you've gotten good at hitting the wrong target and now you're hearing that the target is wrong, get excited about that. Because now we can take aim at something that could actually change the game for us. And when you do the work that allows you to become certain, it transfers. It's not just about coaching. This transfers into parenting or into leadership or into sales or into teaching or into business partnership, into entrepreneurship. It transfers. It transfers into marketing. It transfers. That certainty then starts to spill over into all of your other actions. But without the certainty, all marketing attempts are going to be overcompensation. Without certainty, all marketing attempts are going to be overcompensation for the deficit of certainty. Does that make sense? Like how critical that is? And I don't want you to overcompensate. I want you to get good so that overcompensation is no longer necessary. That's the key. So I told you I've been acting for a year and a half. I'm pretty good. I think I can say that from a neutral standpoint. I've done 70 gigs and probably turned down 15 because I just didn't have time. In a short period of time, I've taken a lot of the lessons that I've learned from personal development and applied them to acting, and applied them to, self-confidence. When you make an audition attempt and they tell you whether you're good enough, like, it's really difficult when people tell you that you're not good enough to get the role. It's even more difficult when they don't tell you you're not good enough and they just don't ever talk to you again. So like the emotional journey of acting is not easy. Thankfully for me, I've been doing so much of this work that I have a lot of these internal emotional issues handled, and now I can just apply them to acting. So because of that, I think I've gotten a lot more roles. I think I've been in front of the camera a ton. I know so much about how everything works. And where I am now, over like 20 months after I started, is light years. Everything that we've been talking about, the journeys and the evolution and all the stuff and the lessons, right? So 2 weeks ago, I had a screening. I had a premiere at a big theater. And this was a movie that, like, all of my experiences have been getting me ready for. I didn't know, but all the experiences were getting ready for this. And in this movie, there's a deathbed scene between me and my on-screen mom, where she's in a hospital and I spend her last few minutes with her before she dies. "12 years ago, from May 4th, which was Saturday, the day that my daughter graduated college, I was in that hospital room with my real mother and watched her take her final breaths." And this scene in the movie was so similar to my scene in real life 12 years ago. And the character's name in the movie is Sean. That was all written before. They didn't change it because they cast me in the role. I had another movie booked, and when they offered me this role, I had to tell this other movie, like, this is literally my life. So I have to do this film. And I'm the main character, and I'm in every single scene. Like, this is like the culmination of so much of what I've done. So we go to the screening, and I really love it. And every once in a while, well, not every once in a while, but when movies get made, you never know how they're gonna go. And like, us as actors, we're like, I hope it's okay. I hope it's not terrible. I hope the lighting is good for me. I hope I look good. All this kind of stuff, right? And this was the first movie that I just loved every ounce of. And I have like a lot of close-ups, and you can see everything, right? I mean, it is intense. It's intimate. I'm crying. Like, it is the role of my life so far as an actor. People loved it, everything. So at intermission, after we watched a bunch of different movies, there were a bunch of movies being screened. After we watched a bunch of them, there was a little intermission, and I was heading out because we had to leave early. And one of the guys who has been in the Hollywood industry for 30 plus years, and he's involved with teaching a lot of these students how to make the movies and all that, he pulls me aside as I'm leaving. He was in a conversation. He grabbed me. He goes, "Hey, I actually want to talk to you. Come here." Damn. And he said, "Where are you training?" And I said, "Well, I went to a class last year." Even before that, he said, "There are two people that I saw on that screen that I wanted to talk to, and you're one of them." And then he said, "Where are you training?" So I said, "Well, I went to this class last year. Me and my son went to it, and it taught me all this stuff." And he cut me off and he goes, "Where are you training?" Now, he didn't say this specifically, but The subtext was, I didn't ask you, where did you train? I asked you, where are you training now? And he said, because you have what it takes. You have the look, you have the commitment, you have the skills. But people who are in the work constantly pop. And he was basically telling me, I want you to pop. I don't want your current level of skills to just bump up against the ceiling that you're currently at. I want you to bust through that ceiling. I want you to make this your thing, and you can't have this be your thing unless you are currently training. He didn't say all these things in his words, but he said it with his language and the subtext in about a 3-minute conversation. He basically slapped me in the face while giving me a hug and said, son, you need to be continuously training if you're going to take this to another level. And it sat me down so much, but gave me so much hope. And basically what he told me immediately, I was just like, that's coaching, that's embodiment, that's creativity. It's not where did you train, it's where are you currently training now? Professional athletes don't start training when they make it to the big leagues. They train harder, they keep working because what got them there will not continue to get them to grow, right? So here's my question for all of you. On top of everything we've said so far, where are you training? Present tense verb. Where are you training? Not where did you train? Not what boxes have you already checked off. If you're not in the water, you're not swimming. And if you want to get good, and if you want to achieve mastery level anything, you must be in the water and not get out. Where are you training? If you want this to be a lifelong journey, you have to be training all the time. Now, that doesn't mean the intensity has to stay the same all the time, of course, but you cannot let your plane land. When your plane lands, it's harder to get it to take off. It's so much easier to keep the plane in the air than to land and start over again. Than to land and take off 2 weeks later. Than to land and take off when you're motivated to take off again. No, keep your plane in the air. Now, that might mean just doing a few minutes of something on a daily basis. For some of you, depending on what's going on in your personal life, it might mean going all in. I spent 21 straight days in 2006 training in my NLP certification, 21 straight days. And we had 2 small kids, and I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else, but it wasn't convenient. 21 straight days. You know what you get when you're in the water 21 straight days? Let's just pretend that I was in the water for 100 hours over 21 straight days. And then let's say instead of 21 straight days, I did 1 hour here over 100 days. Would I have gotten the same? Of course not. What about an hour every other day for 200 days? Of course not. There's a level of depth and momentum that is required for mastery level learning, and you have to continue your work. I'm not trying to shame anybody. I'm trying to inspire you. What that means for you to keep your plane in the air is different than what it might mean for somebody else, but your plane must be in the air. If you're interested, because here's the thing, in this world, with evolution, with anything that requires growth, but also in the world that we live in with technology and AI and all the algorithms and all that stuff, if you're not moving, you're going backwards. The escalator is not stopped, it's actually going in the opposite direction. So if you stop moving, whenever you choose to move, you're now going to have to make up for however far backwards you went when you stopped moving. Now, I'm not saying this to be taken at a literal level to where you can't take naps and rest and vacations. That's not what I mean. It's got to be intentional, though. But what most people don't realize they're doing is they've stopped moving, and now they have to recover from going backwards. And they usually don't keep moving until they feel like moving. That's not the recipe for mastery, you guys. You don't go when you feel like it. You go because you have a commitment. How are we doing so far? You guys are saying some great stuff in the chat. Francisca said, immersion. Yes, we're about to get to that. Immersion. So I'm going to take a pause here. Not a pause, but we're going to talk a little bit about a certification program that we have coming up. I want to spend a few minutes telling you about ECCP. How many of you have been to ECCP? Just by a show of hands. I know I see several alumni in the room. ECCP stands for Elite Coaching Certification Program. It was created based on all the stuff that I've been talking about. Over the years, in 2015, actually before that, I started doing certification programs, and then it started to evolve, and then evolved in 2015 to the name that it still holds today, which is Elite Coaching Certification Program. We affectionately call it ECCP. It's like taking on a life of its own. It's like almost its own entity. And then over the years, as that has evolved, then we pulled some content out and created a lower level, like level 1 certification program. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But I just want to, I want to tell you about it and also invite you to participate in ECCP, because ECCP is created to do everything I've talked about. It's created to give you the experiences that will produce the outcomes. It's not created to give you an intellectual satisfaction of, okay, now I'm confident. It's created to give you the experiences that produce certainty, to give you the experiences that produce what you need on this road. ECCP, and currently it's all online. So let me show you, I got some slides for you real quick. ECCP is 5 days of deep dive. It's online wherever you are in the world. You can show up. You don't have to worry about expenses to travel and stay and all that stuff. You might have to make some adjustments for time zone reasons if you're on the other side of the clock, but it's all online. And even if you are in a time zone that's way far away from when we do it, we have it created to where you could be like in Europe or Australia, because we're doing this out of West Coast time in the United States. You could be in a time zone that's 12 hours, 14 hours, 10 hours ahead of us. And we have it built to where you can attend as much as you want. And then, like, let's say you only attend half of it live. By the time you wake up the next morning, the recording for the second half is already in your inbox. So you can pick it up and then watch, because we probably wouldn't be starting till the evening for you. You could watch what you missed and then join us for the next day, and you'll be all caught up. So there's all kinds of considerations that we've done over the years of iterating all of this online, and we've made it a really phenomenal experience. So it's 5 days, it's virtual for now, and it's really about creating the skills and the strategies that you need as a coach with 4 levels of deep mastery. And this is immersion training. In a moment, I'm gonna talk to you, I'm gonna show you a little grid here about what the levels of mastery success actually looks like and where ECCP fits. It's level 2, basically. You're going to earn a certification. It's called Transformational Results Coach. It is our own certification, so nobody has that certification name unless they went through our program. So it gives you a little bit of a uniqueness there. And the level 1 certification that I mentioned is called Breakthrough Coaching Certification. That's also a certification program, so you'll get a certificate in that one, but you've got to go to level 1 to get to level 2, right? But that's okay. If you haven't done level 1 yet, it's included with level 2. And we're doing this soon. By the time, like when we're recording this right now, our next ECCP is within 2 weeks. But if you can't join 2 weeks and you know you want to do it, don't worry about it. I'll tell you about how the ticket lasts 2 years. So there's no like if you can't make this, you still jump in, you'll be able to take advantage of the price and all the bonuses and all that kind of stuff. So BCC is a lot of the foundational concepts about human behavior. One of the reasons that a lot of coaches don't have certainty around changing human behavior is because they just learn coaching skills. But if you only learn coaching skills, but you don't understand human behavioral concepts, then you won't know when to use those skills. And you won't know when to not use those skills. You have to understand the arena that you're playing in. So you have to understand deep human transformation in order to then get the skills that will help people with their own transformation, right? If you want to make behavior changes, you have to understand the behavior underneath the behavior. And so Breakthrough Coaching Certification teaches a lot of the human behavioral transformation concepts. And then some skills, some coaching tools and exercises that you can use to help people change their life. But then ECCP takes that to another level of immersion. It takes it to another level of depth. And so these two things really stack on top of each other. And if you're interested in ECCP and you want to jump in, I'll tell you about the prices and all that stuff. If you want to jump in, you're also going to get a couple of other bonuses. You're going to get 3 free months in our Elite Coaching Mastery membership. And that is a deep dissection and discussion, mastery level, all the 5 different categories of evolution as a coach. And we're meeting on a weekly basis right now, and you get to see all kinds of demos, and we break down the demos, and you look at the different intricacies of what the coach did and what they could have done and what you would have done. And it's really a mastery level engagement program. And it can fit the question, where are you training? Because it's constant, it's consistent. You've got a vault of other coaching demos that you can watch. You've got a community of people that you can connect with. Like, this is a way, we created it just recently so that you can keep your training going if you really want this mastery level. So you're going to get 3 free months in that to test that out. And then here's something that we just added. You're going to get Entrepreneur School for Coaches. When we did it live, it was a $2,000 program. It's all online right now. It's a $1,500 program. And it is deep. It was a full year of marketing concepts. The main intention of eSchool is to turn you into an entrepreneur. One of the main reasons coaches struggle is because they're learning business rules, but they're not an entrepreneur. And if you're not an entrepreneur, you're going to sabotage all the right things to do because you're not thinking right. So this is about helping you reclaim your identity as an entrepreneur, your identity as a creator, just in general, but then your ability to put those two together and become a creative entrepreneur while simultaneously being an entrepreneurial creator, and your product is coaching. And then all the marketing stuff matters and all the sales stuff matters. So this is a deep foundational program about you becoming the essence of entrepreneurship. And the most important part of entrepreneurship is the entrepreneur. So this is your work to do, because you have the ability to sabotage everything, but you also have the ability to overcome everything if you adopt the identity and the essence of being an entrepreneur. So those are the 3 bonuses that you get from now through May 13th, which is just in a few days from now as we're recording this. The investment is $17.97 paid in full, or we have 4 monthly installments of just $539 a month. Everything is money back guarantee. If you don't if you don't think the thing that we told you it was going to be is actually what it is, then just let us know. I used to say, if you don't like the color of the carpet in the room, let us know and we'll give you all your money back. Well, now, if you don't like the color of the carpet in the room, that's your fault because it's your room. But if you don't like the way that we're delivering anything, or you don't like the content or anything like that, then we're happy to give you a full refund. We're not trying to keep anybody's money that doesn't want to be here. So that's a little peek into ECCP, if that's something that you all are interested in, and taking this to a whole nother level of immersion. And that's really, I'm going to get into that here in a second. That's really what so many people are missing, is the immersion. And immersion is required for certainty. Let me say it the other way. If you don't ever experience immersion, you will never get certainty. ever. It's like trying to learn how to swim, but never getting in the water. You can intellectually understand how to move your arms, but if you're never in the water, your body will not know how to swim. So immersion is required for certainty. And hopefully I've convinced you all up until this point, certainty is required for success. So and for getting good. So if you want to succeed and if you want to get good, then you're committed to certainty, which involves feeling bad every once in a while. And if you are committed to certainty, you must be committed to immersion. Because it cannot come any other way. Does that make sense? Now, if you're not going to join us, if you don't like whatever over here, and you're gonna choose to learn with somebody else, that's fine. But the program has to have what you need. And I'm going to tell you something, not because I'm trying to throw shade at everybody else, but I'm going to tell you that the majority of the vendors in the coaching industry are doing what's best for their company. They're not doing what's best for their customer. What does that mean? That means most of the decisions are being made according to how many people can we get to buy this program, not how can we prepare people for success coming out of this program. So wherever you go from this point forward, whether it's in the coaching world or anything else you want to learn, please apply these concepts that I'm telling you. Because it's the only way that you can actually build certainty and actually change your life and actually get good. But most programs are not designed to do the getting good part. I got a whole rant on that I'm going to save you from right now. But I do get sad, actually, when I see a lot of people that have gone through a lot of training and they still get really frustrated because they're intellectually prepared, but they're emotionally scared. And that's because your intellect does not have the ability to heal emotional wounds or to solve emotional problems. Your intellect does not have the ability to do what your body needs to be done. So if you're not in an embodiment program, you cannot get certainty. So again, I want that to be exciting to you if you realize I'm so overtrained, but I'm under-implemented and I'm under-successful, but I'm really overtrained. The intellect goes, you know what, you just need more training. No, that's the problem. We need to get over the thing that's actually holding us back. So that's why we created ECCP, is to prepare coaches for what they need in the real world. We always use the analogy of sending people to the moon. You can get really good at living here on the earth, where there's gravity and oxygen and you understand all the things that are going on around you. But then if you take a trip to the moon and you think the moon operates like the earth and you think you're going to go up there and just breathe the oxygen like you do down here, you'll die on the moon. And we don't want you to die on the moon. We want to make sure you have the suit that you need. We want to make sure you know there's no gravity up there. So what works on Earth does not work on the moon. What works as an employee does not work as an entrepreneur. What works in academic learning in school does not work in mastery learning in real life. Those things don't work. It's literally trying to apply Earth principles to the moon. And a lot of people are getting rich selling tickets to the moon. Because they convince people there's oxygen up there. Because they know that's how they'll buy the tickets. So you have to look after yourself. The industries are not going to look after you. You have to look after yourself and realize, what is it that I want to do? So now I got to put myself in the experiences that are going to produce the things that are going to allow me to do whatever it is that I want to do. Hopefully the concepts are making sense to you, whether you join us in ECCP or not. These are the concepts that you must apply if you want to get good and ever even approach mastery level certainty. Making sense, everybody? All right, let me grab another little bit of caffeine and let's get going on these 4 stages of mastery level learning. Bryn says, this sounds amazing. It is amazing. And if I could be real and vulnerable with all of you, and I don't mean to do this, try to pump up my chest or talk about how good I am, because it's really not me. It's I've just collected all the stuff that worked for me. But I would put the people that come through our 3 coaching programs up against anybody in the world. Because if they stick around, and this is my promise to you, if you stick around and you don't quit, you will become a world-class coach. The only way it won't work for you is if you stop. And I've never been proven wrong. Most people will stop. It's like most people have the ability to live the life of their dreams. It's just most of them will choose not to. Most people have the ability to heal their deepest wounds. It's most people will choose not to. Most people have the ability to become a world-class leader and a transformational coach. Most people will choose not to. If you don't choose not to, this is a guaranteed endeavor. You just got to stay in the machine that produces world-class coaches through certainty. Now, I'm going to take this a step back and just talk about mastery level learning in general, not just in the coaching world, but everything I've been talking about absolutely applies to the coaching world. There are 4 levels of success, not levels, as stages. There are 4 stages of your growth and success if you're interested in mastery level proficiency. And this is going to work for anything. If you want to be a musician, if you want to be a vocal artist, if you want to be a painter, artist of any kind, a creator of any kind, all of these levels are going to be required of you. I'm going to put it in the context of coaching because obviously that is exactly why we're here. Now, so there are 3 areas where you've got to gain confidence, certainty, and conviction. Well, one of them is not possible. I'm going to explain that in a moment. Confidence, certainty, and conviction in 3 main areas in order for you to have a chance at transformational coaching success. The first one is skills. The second one is self, and the third one is seeker. So your skills is what you learn as a coach. It's the exercises that you learn how to do. You have coaching techniques, you have A to Z exercises, and that's the skill set of using the tools of coaching. Most people think that's where it's at. And if you get really, really good and confident with your coaching skills, everybody's going to hire you and you're going to be able to change everybody's life. And it's not going to work. Neither one of those things are going to happen because that's actually not why anybody hires a coach, especially nowadays. Maybe 20 years ago when nobody knew what coaching was and the whole industry hadn't been bastardized by marketing and marketers and algorithms and AI and all the stuff that it is now, that might have played back then. Like, hey, I'm this new thing called a coach. Are you interested? But not only is coaching not intriguing, like the idea of coaching and life coach, not only is it not intriguing now like it was 20 years ago, it's actually negative for most people, I would say. I see all kinds of jokes in films and shows and just within the community, people talking about life coaching like they're talking about snake oil salesmen. How many of you have experienced that? Any of you experienced people talking real negative about life coaching? Right, because now they have negative experiences that they didn't have 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, they were ignorant on what coaching was, but now they know what coaching is and they don't like it. So now you don't have to overcome ignorance, you have to overcome disdain. That's different, you guys. That's different. So coaching skills is not what's going to give you success, but it is one of the 3 elements. So we've got skills. Self is you as the coach, your belief in your ability to transform people's lives. And then seeker, that's the person out there that's seeking the information that you have. A lot of people in the marketing world call this your target client or your ideal client or your target market, but we like to refer to it as your seeker because I want you to be thinking that somebody out there is actively right now seeking the information that you have, and the only question is, are you going to give it to them? Are you going to get in front of them? So that's your seeker, and that's more of a marketing concept. Everybody with me so far? All right. Level 1, the stages of growth, the first stage is called introductory information. And Michelle, if you don't mind, can you just type in as we go through these? I'm not going to write it up on the chalkboard. I don't have enough room. But this first one is called introductory information. That's when you're interested in something like coaching. You go, I want to hear more about that. I want to get some introductory information about that. How much can you make, and how do you market, and how does it work, and what does it look like, and all those things. That's the introductory phase. Introductory information, and that's usually where skills is what's going to be taught. So when people start to learn about something at an introductory level, most of the time they're just learning skills, because that's kind of all that they can consume at that point, because they don't know a lot of the other stuff to even be able to consume the deeper work, right? But because that's what's primarily out there in the industry, most people think like that's all I need, because that's the only thing that I see on the shelf, basically, or the majority of what I see on the shelf is just skill set. I'm going to give you the skills. You're going to be able to be confident. You're going to be able to turn every no into a yes. You're going to be able to sell without feeling like a salesperson. That's all bullshit, but it sounds fantastic. And if you ever find a way to turn every no into a yes, you are lying out of your face. Because not everybody should say yes to you. There's not an idea on this planet that everybody says yes to. But if you haven't seen them already, be on the lookout for all the programs that are going to teach you how to turn every no into a yes. Out of the gate, it's ridiculous. And you don't want everybody anyway. I want you to be selective and not be able to find the best clients, but I want you to be able to set up your shop to where your best clients find you. That's a whole different game. We don't want to try to turn no's into yeses. We don't want to try to turn disinterested people into interested people. We want to find seekers and give them a place to go because they're already seeking. So, stage one is introductory information. What I want you to understand right here is that the only thing that's available in stage one of introductory information is confidence in your skill set. It's the only thing that's available. Can you guys see that, or is it hard to see? Let me spotlight it for everyone. At least it's bigger on my side. Confidence in your skill set. It's the only thing that's available here. You cannot get confident in yourself, and you cannot get confident in your seeker, because none of those things come from introductory information. With me so far? That's level one. In our company, this is BCC. This is the introductory information for your skill set. Now, we teach foundational principles, but it's the introductory information of foundational principles. So you're on the road toward mastery, but you're still a toddler, because that's all you can consume at this point. So introductory information. Now, introductory information is usually in the form of brief encounters, online programs. You maybe have, 5 modules, 10 modules. It doesn't really matter how many modules. It's just like you're snorkeling at this point, right? You're not going really deep into the water. You're just keeping it relatively shallow because you're consuming as much introductory information as you can. If you spend all your time that you have on for the rest of your life at the level one consumption, the only thing you could ever get is confidence in your skills. That's it. If you go to level two, for us, that's ECCP, that's immersion. That is a live event of some kind. It can be in person or it can be virtual, but it has to be designed for immersion. And just because you're at an in-person event does not mean that it's designed for immersion. You could just be in person for introductory information. So it's not just the circumstance, it's how is the teaching, what's the teaching designed to do, and how is the teaching structured? Right? So we're going to give an immersive experience virtually because that's what it's designed to do, right? So immersion here is stage two. And Michelle put it in, it's immersion implementation. Not only is it immersion, but it's implementation of the immersion. It's taking it and using it. It's taking it and experiencing it. At ECCP, you see a bunch of information taught, you watch other people implement the information, you'll watch coaching demos, but then you will also experience it as a client and experience it as a coach. Those 4 levels of education are all required for immersion. If you don't have all those 4 levels, you're not in an immersion program. You can't just watch other people do stuff and call it immersion. That's like sitting on the steps of the swimming pool, watching somebody swim in the deep end and go, I know how to swim now. No, you don't. Just because your feet got wet doesn't mean you were swimming. You need to implement the information so it gets in your body so that you know what you don't know and you start to know what you didn't know that you didn't know before. And all of this starts to add to your immersion learning. So watch what this happens. Watch how this happens. This is so critical to understand. When you go into an immersion level program, here's what will happen with your skill set. Your skills will go from confidence to certainty. Now you can have certainty in your skills because you're implementing them and you're experiencing them both as a client and as a coach, and you're watching them all the way around. So your level of certainty in the skills is going to come out of immersion. And then because you're now immersed and you're actually in the water, your level of belief in yourself starts to kick in. You don't have any belief in yourself with just the skills. You're just learning introductory skills. But once you're immersed and you're now in the water, now your belief in yourself starts to kick in, but you're only able to get confident at this point. And you cannot have confidence at all in your seeker because it's not available there. How's this landing so far? It's going to stack, so I want to make sure it's making sense for you at the first couple levels. Let me know in the chat, or if you're watching the replay or wherever you're watching this, let me know. Cool. Plane is landing. Awesome. The third stage is what we call isolated iteration. So that's where you take your skills and you iterate. That means just try it over and over and over and over and over and over again. However, with coaching, this is critical. You iterate in an isolated way. It's like if you go to the gym, most people that work out go to the gym, they'll isolate the muscles. Any exercise you're doing, you're only working on one muscle at a time. That isolation is what allows you to really focus on that one muscle. There's a lot of individual muscles that you need to learn in coaching, and you need to isolate those muscles so that you can get really good in those individual areas. What that looks like is individual focus on concepts, or individual focus on skills, or individual focus on certain exercises. And then you iterate isolated. And then what happens is your skills go beyond confidence and certainty into conviction. Now you're untouchable. Now you know that you know that you know that this stuff works. There's no doubt anymore because you've seen it over and over again. You've felt it over and over again. You've iterated. You've proven that no matter who's in front of you, no matter what the topic is, there is a way to pivot all the time. And if you understand the foundational principles of what's below the water in the iceberg, there is nobody that you cannot help with these skills. These skills work. So you move to conviction, but it requires isolated iteration to get there. In yourself, because now you're doing some of this stuff and you're watching yourself practice and you're proving different things. And you've got doubts and you realize those doubts were unfounded. And you're confronting a lot of the things that you might not have been sure of because you just hadn't done it yet. And so now your confidence in yourself moves to certainty. And now is the first time that you can start kicking in your belief in your seeker, because now you're dealing with so many other people outside of the immersion. You're dealing with other people in real life, and now you start learning at a much, much deeper level about your seeker here. And so now you start to get a little bit more confidence in who your seeker is. And a lot of times who you thought your seeker was before you got into this completely changes after you go through the process. So what I really want you to pay attention to here is see how they stagger. They don't happen at the same time. Because they cannot happen at the same time. Because the things that you need to experience to increase your belief in your skills are different things than you need to experience to increase your belief in yourself and in your seeker. That's isolated iteration. And then the fourth stage is independent iteration or individual iteration. That's where you take all the things that you've learned and you make your own choices. At level 3, we're telling you what to do. Practice this exercise with this many people, this many times. Come back, we'll talk about it. Practice this exercise, this many people with this many times, then come back and we'll talk about that. Practice this, and it's isolated, but we're telling you what to do. At stage 4, you're telling you what to do. At a certain point, you have to be out of the nest and you got to start flying on your own. If you don't, you can never build certainty in yourself as an entrepreneur, as an agent, as somebody that's making their own choices. So you need individual iteration at this point. And here's what happened. Now, you already have confidence in your skills, so you're good there. The conviction, rather. You already got conviction in your skills, so you're good. That will continue. But now, you go from confidence to certainty to now you have conviction in yourself. Let me break something down that I think is so critical to understand. You cannot have conviction in yourself if you don't make choices. How can you? You cannot build belief in your ability to make choices without making choices by yourself. If you become really good at following directions that other people give you, at the end of those directions, you need somebody else to give you more directions. And becoming a really good direction follower is not entrepreneurship. It's just employeeship. So if you want to have the skills of personal agency, you have to go through the process that produces it. And if you don't go through the process that produces it, it's not available. It's just that simple. Now, you see that these things increase, right? But they're staggered. So your seeker belief can go up one more level, and you can now have certainty in your seeker after level 4. Now, somebody might say, well, when do you get conviction in your seeker? Nevuary is when you get conviction in your seeker. You never get conviction in your seeker because your seekers will always change. And as soon as you get conviction in your seeker, you'll lose connection with your seeker. And the way I'm defining conviction and using it here is when you know what will work next. When you get conviction in your skills, you know the skills will work. There's no chance they won't work. Now, you don't know how or where the exact thing it's going to look like. You don't know the details, but you know it will work. When you get conviction in yourself, you know you can do this work. It doesn't matter who's in front of you. It doesn't matter what their deal is. You know this can work at some point. You might have to pivot. You're going to have to adjust, but there's no lack of belief that this will work through this body. But you'll never know what will work for your seeker from a marketing standpoint. You know this person get to the other side of your coaching, but from a marketing standpoint, what's going to work, you'll never know that. And I want you to know that you'll never know that, because if you know you'll never know that, you'll stop trying to find it. You'll stop seeking the thing that is not possible to ever find. And that actually gives you a lot of liberation when you realize I might know who these people are at a pretty good level, but I don't know what's going to work for them from a marketing standpoint. Now, here, first of all, how's this landing for you all? This little graph, this little diagram here. You got to understand how these progress, and the most important thing is they stagger. So this is mastery level learning. Here's the problem. Most people want level 4 results from level 1 effort. It can't happen. It cannot happen. But because people want that, there's a lot of people selling it. It's not possible to have level 4 results with level 1 training. And if I had to guess, through my filter of the coaching world and what I've seen, my guess is that 90% of all the people who say they want to be a coach never move beyond level 1. Now, you want to know why a lot of people don't like coaching anymore? Because they've encountered level 1 coaches. I'm not trying to throw shade, you guys. I'm just, this is what's happening. And a level 1 coach can produce level 1 results, which is not that much. It doesn't make these level 1 coaches bad people. It just means they're still toddlers and they shouldn't be in the Cadillac. They're not there yet. But they could be there. But most people never get into here because right here, this lined across right here is inconvenient and it's uncomfortable. It is not comfortable to be in the water when you don't yet know how to swim. Your body is telling you, get out of this water. It's not comfortable. So people's commitment to comfort is going to cause them to not do what's required, and then they're going to get frustrated that their level 1 snorkeling training isn't allowing them to scuba dive a mile deep. No judgment. This is not judgment. I'm not saying like these people are bad or anybody that's marketing to these people are bad. No judgment. This is just the reality. It's like if you just want to play the guitar, and you start learning about what it is to play the guitar and you start familiarizing yourself with the information, but you never actually play the guitar and hear how garbage you sound in the beginning, you don't get to play this game. Like you don't get to win because you don't ever move beyond what's necessary for you to actually get into motion. Because remember I said earlier, at this point, when you cross this, most likely you will feel bad. You're going to feel bad because you're moving into immersion and the water is cold. And you're not ready for that. But if you're committed to comfort, then you have to stay on this side of the line, and then you just don't ever get mastery. And it's okay to make that choice. I just want you to intentionally know that that's the choice you're making. That's fine. Don't make yourself more miserable. If you don't want to do the uncomfortable work, that's fine. Just don't pretend that you want level 4 results. That's fine. But whatever it is that you want, you have to reverse engineer your plan to go get it. So this is like the big meta view of what's going on in the coaching world and how it maps onto mastery level learning. And here's the cool thing. Once you achieve mastery level status in the coaching world, you will act different, you will walk different, you will talk different, you'll speak to different levels of people's experiences, and you will be so much more compelling for people. And then marketing can work for you. But if you don't have a level of conviction in the product itself and you being a product of the product, there is no marketing that's going to overcompensate for that. That's why most people are doing the right thing at the wrong time. They're not ready here. They're not ready yet. They're not doing this. And most marketing programs, I can tell you, are either speaking to this fantasy of wanting level 4 results, or they just don't know about this. And that's fine. And I don't judge the people that are selling that. But if you really want to have this level of rooted certainty, it's possible. You just have to go through the machine that produces it. And I really hope this, like I told you earlier, I don't want to give you hype. I want to give you hope. And if some of this stuff is making sense to you, then I want you to go, oh, that's why it hasn't been working for me. It doesn't mean I made bad choices or this will never work for me. I don't want you I don't want this to be shameful in any way. I want it to be inspiring. I want you to realize I just been shooting at the wrong target. It's not my fault. That's what I knew at the time. I just didn't know what I didn't know. But now I know that I don't know it. So let me sign up for that course, whatever that is in whatever area we're talking about. All right. So with all that being said, all this information is going to stack, right? And it's one of the reasons why it's actually really hard for me to answer marketing questions or sales questions without knowing where the person is on this stage. Because if I tell you about stage 4, like when we talk to people, so we have a 3rd certification program also. When we talk to people that are done with our certification program, I know they're convicted here, and they're certain here. And that's how I talk to them, because I know that's where they are. But if people just ask me, like, what should I do to market myself as a coach? Where are you? And it would be not only a disservice of me, but it would be dangerous of me to give you stage 4 directions to a stage 1 client. You're going to go off the cliff. You don't have the wings yet, right? So there's so much more depth and nuance to all of this than I think we wished were true and what we hope is true. But if you're willing to do the work and you're willing to dive in, you're willing to get in the water, and you're willing to understand all this stuff, it is possible. That's what I want you to get out of this. It's possible. So with all that in mind, let's talk about some trends. This is just going to be a little philosophical journey here for a few minutes. Let's talk about some of the trends that I see in the industry. And there's 2 kinds of trends. There's technical trends and there's psychological trends that I want to speak to. The technical trends that I see in the industry, I think all of you know about algorithms. They're social media algorithms and just internet algorithms, right? I'm sure you've all experienced this at some point in time. Now, if you search for something on your phone, the next ad you see on Facebook or Instagram is going to be the thing you just searched for, right? It's like they're chasing us because they're following us. Those are the cookies underneath all the technical stuff and the mumbo jumbo that says, hey, this person is interested in this product. Right now I have products on carry-on suitcases because I was looking at it for my daughter like a week ago. And now still I'm in the loop. I'm in the algorithm of carry-on suitcases. And I now have, I know so many companies that provide these carry-on suitcases, and they're all better than all the rest because they're in my face now. So that's the algorithmic world that we live in. You cannot avoid that. You just have to understand how to work with it. But you also need to understand the algorithms are not designed for you to help people change their lives. The algorithms are designed for the companies to make money. And unless you want to build your own platform that's going to rival Facebook, you can't change their algorithm. but you can know as much as you possibly can and then change your expectation of the algorithms or change your relationship to the fact that the algorithms are designed to keep people shallow and numb and spending money. That's what it's for. It's grabbing people's attention and selling that attention to somebody else. That's the business plan that we're all living inside of. So but I want you to understand these things so that you can win against them. So that you understand the rules and the way the wind is blowing, you can set your sails properly. So if you understand that the algorithms are designed to give people a bunch of shallow information, the best way for you to actually get people's attention is go deep with them. Pierce the shield that most of us have. I think most of us are walking around in the internet world like guarded, right? Like, geez, we're just taking shots from everywhere and everybody's trying to get my attention. So I think most of us show up on social media or on the internet guarded immediately. I think we're scrolling to ignore. I made this analogy earlier with another group. How many of you, the first thing you do when you open up your email is you mass delete all the emails that you don't want to open? And if you do that, that's the first thing I do. I just scroll real quick and I get happy when my phone says, you really want to delete 75 emails all at once? I'm like, yeah. Kill them all. The first thing I think most of us do when it comes to consuming is mass delete or default to avoid. We're not looking for the emails to see which ones we want to open. We're looking for the emails to see which ones we want to delete. And when we're scrolling on our phones, we're scrolling to ignore. We're not scrolling to consume on social media generally. So you need to understand that. That's the algorithm at play. People are being programmed to operate that way. So how can you get people's attention? The main way to get people's attention is to be different and give them something they cannot ignore. And here's the cool thing. The human brain cannot ignore anything it hasn't seen before. So neurologically, get in their brains by giving them something they've not seen before so they can't ignore it. There's no folder to put this in, so I need to explore it. That means they're gonna have to look at it. At least for a moment, they're gonna have to look at it. So you can get people's attention, but not by playing the vanity algorithmic rules. Get people's attention by being real, by being authentic, by being different. And then when they double take, you can actually have more of their attention because you've disrupted their pattern. But it has to be intentional and you have to know the rules that you're up against. At a high level, that's as deep as I want to go into the technical trends. There's all kinds of subcategories and sub-conversations. I just don't want to get into that now. Because it's how your mind is that's really important. And then different algorithms apply to different platforms. And, so I don't want to dive all into something that applies to LinkedIn and Facebook, but not YouTube and, Instagram, right? So I don't want to make all those distinctions here. But the second kind of trend that I do want to talk a little bit more about is the psychological trends. Because of all this algorithmic programming that we're dealing with, people have been traumatized. I believe that we've all been traumatized, especially over the last 4 years when the majority of the world went online, especially the first 1.5 to 2 years of the pandemic. Almost the entire world went online. And so we've been assaulted now online, and the amount of options in the personal development industry, in the coaching industry, in the online marketplace industry have exponentially increased since the world went online at a much bigger, at just a much deeper depth and a much bigger, God, I don't even know the word that really fits right now, but like response to everybody being on their computer. So then all the online marketers and the online algorithms and all the platforms went, well, I'm going to flood the computer then with all these options and all this stuff that's disorienting. And then there was a lot of competition in there. And then we bought certain things we probably shouldn't have bought, but we couldn't go out of our house. So we might as well get these things that sound really good. So the majority of us have been traumatized to some degree. I think our trust has lowered because of all of that. And so people in the 2024 world are not thinking, feeling, or doing what people up until 2019 and early 2020 were doing. It's just not the same world, because you cannot disregard the machinery that people went through. We were all in this epically infinite spin cycle for years and years and years at the speed of technical light. The speed that the digital algorithms operate with is it's light speed. And so we've been dealing with that for a long time. That's why now, if you want to meet people where they're at, you need to understand they're getting out of that undertow. They're getting out of all of that disruption. So that's how you have to meet them. And you need to understand that they actually don't trust you. Most of the time, they don't trust you. Not because they don't trust you as a person, but they don't trust the platform that they just met you on. If they don't trust Instagram because they've been taken advantage of by somebody else on Instagram and you meet them on Instagram, out of the gate, they don't trust you because you're on the untrustworthy platform. They don't know you as a person enough to not trust you as a person, but understand they don't show up with default trust. I think they show up with default distrust. How many of you agree with that, by the way? Does that make sense? Whether it's something you thought about before or it's just landing for you now, we're not meeting people who automatically trust us. We're meeting people who automatically do not. If you don't know that, or you don't believe that, and you operate as though somebody already trusts you, it doesn't matter what your program is priced at. It doesn't matter how good your sales skills are. It doesn't matter even if they want the thing, they don't trust you. So if you do not create trust, nothing else matters. There is no marketing technique that creates trust. There is no platform that creates trust. There is no sales price that creates trust. Nothing creates trust in the sales and marketing strategic world. But you can create trust as the creator, as the entrepreneur, as the leader, as the lighthouse, as the coach, as the human, as the insecure, introverted, doubt-filled, messed up human. That actually creates more trust. That's the cool thing, you guys. Perfection creates more suspicion now than it ever did. Anybody like me? That's definitely true for me. If I see anybody that smells perfect or looks perfect, I'm not interested because I don't think that kind of animal exists in this species. So the more polished you are, the less interested I am. Because the more polished you are, the less I trust that you've been through the mud. I like to say that people don't usually follow clean uniforms. They follow the dirty ones. They follow the leaders that they know have been through some stuff. I want to follow the leaders with cuts and scrapes and bruises and blood. I want to follow those leaders. Why? Because I trust them when times get tough. I used to have a pact with a friend of mine when we played college baseball that we would never leave the field with a clean uniform, ever. We would always dive for a ball somewhere, and if the game ended and we didn't have an opportunity to get our uniforms dirty in the game, we would literally, after the game was over, run in the outfield and dive to turn in a grass-stained uniform. We never turned in a clean uniform because that means we weren't in the game. Leadership is about, nowadays, I think, it's about showing people your dirty uniforms and saying, because I have a dirty uniform, I can help you. Anything else actually creates more suspicion. So if you understand that that is a psychological effect of the COVID world, and that's one of the psychological trends that people just distrust almost everything, then you can meet them in a certain way. And you can be very real. But now here's another psychological trend that I think is really critical, and this is a behavioral trend too. When people see something that is real and compelling to them, they usually don't jump after it right away. For those of you that have been in our community, now I'm just looking at some of the comments. Nikki says, clean has been modified by AI. Yeah, exactly. In the AI world, all these things we're talking about is amplified, like infinitely. So for those of you that have been in our community, in my community for a while, because I know some of you are just joining, and you've been invited by somebody else, or you've not gone to our trainings or whatever, and that's cool, and welcome, and I'm glad to have you here. For those of you that have been in our community for a while, if you can answer this question, just type it in. How many hours do you think you consumed of our videos? My videos, whether it's on YouTube or social media of any kind or whatever. How many hours do you think you consumed before you entered our company? Before you joined an email list? Or before you signed up for some program or whatever? So basically, it's like, how long did you know I existed before I knew you existed? Somebody says, too many to count. 3 or 4 years, hundreds, probably 10 hours before I pulled the trigger on BCC. Still consuming. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Katie says, I don't know how the hours, but I didn't reach out for 10 years. Lots and lots and lots and lots. At least 20 hours. Awesome. Here's my point. I'm going to use that last number, 20 hours. I made a commitment probably 8 years ago to have a binge-worthy channel. And the only way to have a binge-worthy channel is to have a lot of content. So I made a commitment to put a lot of content so that if anybody wanted to keep going, we got something for you. And now, I mean, we probably have 300, 400, 500 published public videos on top of 1,000 that are unlisted or part of paid programs or something, right? So here's my point. My point is the people that are really compelled by your authenticity are usually not going to raise their hand right out of the gate. So whoever said 20 hours, that was your threshold. After 20 hours, you're like, all right, I'm going to take a jump. What if I would have stopped at 15? I would have never met you. So what am I calling forward for all of you is to understand that if you want to build trust for people, you need to show up again and again and again and again and again, because that's how humans create trust. Especially if they're coming out of a post-COVID world or coming out of the COVID machine and they no longer trust what they see. Again, you're not meeting people neutral, you're meeting people negative in the trust department. So what it takes for somebody who's negative for life coaching or bald white man or YouTube in general, doesn't matter. Like they don't trust something. To take somebody from negative to turn them neutral is going to take a lot of content. They got to consume a lot. And that's just to get to neutral. And then to take them neutral to get to the point where they're going to take an action, that's going to take more. So one of my charges for all of you is to create a classroom that is binge-worthy. So that if somebody needs 20 hours of consumption of your content before they join your program, you have 20 hours for them to consume. And the more real you are with your message, the more content they will most likely need to consume. Katie said 10 years. And now she's everywhere and like in all of our programs. She's one of our certified coaches, and I put her up against anybody on the planet. She didn't jump for 10 years. So what's your commitment level to the amount of consumption that you're willing to give people for them to trust you? And now we're in the ballpark. Now we've got a chance. But most people are going like, what's the one thing? What's the magic sauce where I can put one thing in front of somebody and they're gonna pay me high ticket? Bullshit. You know how you get high ticket prices? You earn them. You know how you start getting paid high ticket dollar amounts? Is because you earn them by getting paid a lot of medium ticket dollar amounts. You know how you get that? You earn it by getting a lot of small ticket dollar amounts. You know how you earn that? You earn it by getting a lot of free ticket coaching. You earn it through your embodiment. And then it's possible in the right order. You earn it. What I see in this industry a lot is entitlement. Like I have certification behind my name, so you should pay me high ticket. Bullshit. I think you should buy my stuff because you should. Because I paid $30,000 for somebody else's stuff, so you need to replenish my void and pay me $30,000. That's just a pyramid scheme. People will tell you what they're willing to pay, but according to the value that you provide them. I'm tired of this entitlement nonsense. Like, who says that you deserve the lifestyle that you want just because you learn some sales skills that's going to pull people's money out of their wallets? Bullshit. I get sick and tired of it because it doesn't work for most of you. Why? Because that's not what you're here for. You're not here to pull money out of people's wallets. So the wallet extraction principles aren't going to work for you. And those people keep getting rich selling tickets to the moon, and people die on the way there. So what's going to work for you, all driven by value that you're going to provide for somebody else? And then I'll tell you, people will pay a lot of money if you have a lot of value that you can provide for their life. And sales is nothing more than a value exchange. I have something of value, you have something of value. I have a program, you have money. As soon as my program is higher in your mind than the value of your money, we'll make the exchange. Until it is, we won't. But what so many people are doing is elevating the sales pitches and taking advantage of the disorientation that people are feeling in society. And then people are just buying sales pitches. But they don't even know the substance that's behind the sales pitch, because so many people are getting really good through the competition, the competitive sales world. They're getting really good at hyper focusing on what's going to get people's money out of their wallets. And they're using AI, and they're using digital algorithms, and they're using technology at the speed of light to create all this stuff that causes the humans to jump. And it doesn't help the humans heal, and it doesn't help people actually change their life. So that kind of digital or psychological trend, I think, is the most critical one for you to understand. So if you want to increase your prices, increase your value. If you want to increase your followers, increase your leadership. If you want to increase your community, then increase your capacity. It starts with you. Then they'll reciprocate when you've earned it. All right, how are we doing? We need a little break here. We need a little drink, a little stretch, a little snack, a little something. I appreciate the comments of those of you that are here live, those of you that are watching the replay. First of all, congratulations. We're over 2 hours in. Most people will not put 2 hours into something, at least not at a deep level, that they say they want. I think most people are less committed. Like I'm all in. I'm gonna do everything I possibly can to change this life because I got one life to live and I'm going all in and nothing can stop me. Unless it's uncomfortable. But if it's comfortable, then I'm going to change my life comfortably. I mean, unless it's going to take a while. But if it's fast and comfortable, whoo, I am all in with this commitment. Let me tell you about how committed I am to living my best life as long as it's comfortable and fast and easy. Like, I don't want anything that's hard. But if it's comfortable and fast and easy, then I am committed to changing my life. But it's guaranteed though, right? Because if it's fast and comfortable and easy and guaranteed, let me tell you, you've not seen anybody as committed as me. Ever. As long as everybody's going to be cool with it, right? Like everybody's going to tell me, like they're going to, like pom-poms, my family's going to be like, yay, you, like, go ahead. And my friends are going to be like, yay, grow beyond us. And we're just going to support you. Like, yeah, I love you being all truthful and stuff. Yeah. So if it's comfortable and fast and easy and guaranteed, and I get nothing but positive feedback from people I don't care about, nor do I want to live their lifestyle. But if all of that is like, you check all those boxes, let me tell you, you've not seen commitment. Might be being a little dramatic. I'm an actor. But I think that's actually what happens, right? Because the off ramps that we take are some form of all the things I just spoke to. But if you have something big enough to go for, if you have some kind of internal motivation, then that turns unless commitment into until commitment. And you're going to keep climbing the hill until you reach the top. Well, how long is it going to take? I don't care. I have something big enough to do that doesn't require my security in knowing any of the future details. Because it's big enough. And then if you have until commitment and you apply it to a learning, a program, a certification, a mentor, somebody that's going to put you in the process that can produce what you need on the other side, with your until commitment, it is now impossible to not work. But with unless commitment, it is impossible to work. So it all comes to your commitment level, but also what classroom are you in? Are you in a classroom that's designed to produce certainty, that's designed to produce conviction? Are you in a classroom that's just designed to take money out of your wallet? And again, everybody has their own journey in life. I'm not expecting you to be just like me. I'm not expecting the details to be the same. But in the world that we live in now, your internal connection and your internal awareness about who you are and what you need is more critical than ever. Because if you don't know what puzzle you're trying to build, how do you know what pieces you need? And if you don't know what puzzle piece you are, how do you know what fit you're looking for? It always has to start with you understanding who you are. And one of the things that I've learned over the years is that most of the marketing world especially has convinced us that we're not good enough as we are, therefore we need their thing. It starts from deficit. Therefore, we need to learn how to sell like them, or learn how to market like them, or learn how to do something like them, because we're not good enough as ourselves. So that creates this addiction to addition. Anytime that you're not getting what you want, you think you need something added to you. And most of the time, it's the exact opposite. You need something extracted from you. You need to drop some of the luggage that you're carrying so that you can move freer and you can make better decisions. It's not that you need more information, you need less information, clouding what's creating all the chaos or all the overwhelm, and actually implement the stuff that you actually need to grow. But most of us don't know what that is because all the reasons I just talked about, we don't know the puzzle piece, we don't know the puzzle, but it's all available. It's just going to require some introspection and a little bit of discomfort. And ultimately, you know, I think you need to look, this is my advice for everybody. I think ultimately you need to look at your life and get as clear as you can on why you're here. Like, why are you here on the planet? And when you look back on your life, how will you assess? How will you assess what you want? Not what you want. How will you assess how you lived? And then make choices according to how you want to look back on your life. For me, that's been extremely helpful. And when I was 13 years old, I was almost killed by my next door neighbor when I was riding a bicycle to school. I was almost killed. He hit me doing 50 miles an hour. I flipped over his car. If I'd have gone under his car, I definitely would have been crushed. I flipped over his car. The car behind him almost hit me. So I had this mortal experience really early in my life. And I view the world through that lens so often. And that's how I make a lot of the decisions. So I'm going to talk about ECCP a little bit again, but before, I want to read you something that I wrote just based on the thoughts that I was just sharing. I was meditating one time in an embodiment course that I had, and we were meditating outside, and there was a bird out there, and we had to meditate for like 20 minutes, and this bird was just chirping. And I started to get really irritated at this damn bird because he was messing with my meditation. And then after we did the meditation, the leader of the course said, "What message did the bird have for you?" And so as I started processing all that, I ended up writing this poem. Because what I realized is the bird didn't care that I was irritated. The bird was just singing. The bird was doing what it needed to do. So what if I had the self-esteem of that old singing bird? And what if I had a song to sing that's begging to be heard? And what if all my painful lessons were meant for someone else's learning? And what if just one of my shame's confessions would save someone else who's burning? What if I sung my sacred song just like the old bird sings? And what if my deepest, darkest wounds are someone else's wings? At the end of my life, as I ponder my past, what will I really care about? What are you proud of, should somebody ask? What would I want to share about? The cars that I drove, the girls that I had, the zip codes of all my whereabouts, who I impressed, the boxes I checked, the numbers inside all my bank accounts. All of that will sound good to my ego, of course, but when my heart grabs the microphone, I know that the ultimate source of my pride will be speaking a different tone. And through the fog of deception and fear of rejection, the truth that can't get any clearer is that the only perception that'll matter to me is the one looking back from the mirror. My age will melt. My inner child will appear. And as I look down into his eyes, he'll have one simple question for me to answer. Did we live while we were alive? Did we feel the air in our face when we had the ability to run? Did we play when we could? Did we really have any fun? Did we help others? Did our light shine? Did we lift others while we continued our climb? Did you teach while you were learning? Did you reach while I was yearning? Did you keep building when life was crumbling you? Did you keep speaking when fear was mumbling you? Did you pay more attention to the doubts that were loud in you, or my whispers when I was saying that I'm proud of you? When I was feeling things, did you feel them with me? And when I was healing things, did you heal them with me? And when my tears welled up, did you let them out? And when my fears swelled up, did you get them out? And when my voice was speaking, did you listen for me? And when my heart was dreaming, did you chase them for me? And when your head refused it, did you still take the chance? When your soul heard the music, did you still choose to dance? Did you keep going when we got teary? And did you keep growing when we got weary? Did you ever let the world really get to know you? Did you feel all the love the world really had to show you? Did you remove all of our layers? And did you forgive all our betrayers? See, that's the only conversation that'll give me peace, my spirit fulfillment, and my soul release. So when it's my time to reflect with that little child, I'll make sure both my heart and my face have a smile. Instead of avoiding the scary stuff, the things I was afraid of, I chose to call my ego's bluff to see what I was made of. I followed the path of growth and not the one of safety. I use all the gifts and talents that my Creator gave me. I'll make sure that when I gaze through the memories of my past, that my hands will be turning over and putting down an empty glass. And that I sang my sacred song just like that old bird sings, because my deepest, darkest wounds are someone else's wings. That's me and little Shawnee right there. We need to have some kind of internal reason to try, I think. We need an internal reason to keep going. And I made that little 13-year-old boy, when he was in the hospital room, I made him a promise. When we should have died. And there was a time when they didn't know if this surgery was going to work. I didn't find this out later, but they were going to have to amputate my leg if it didn't work. So all the people around me were freaking out. They kept that from me because, they just wanted to protect me from it. But I was in this moment of trauma in this 13-year-old little body. And I just remember having this vision that I was looking back on my life as an old man, and I was processing the life I wish I would have lived. And I remember thinking, what if I wouldn't have gotten addicted to drugs? And what if I wouldn't have gotten addicted to alcohol? And what if I wouldn't have joined those gangs? And what if I wouldn't have quit on the things that were waiting for me to build me up? And what if I would have followed all my friends over the cliff? What if I wouldn't have done that? What if I would have done this? What would I have become? What could I have become? And I had that conversation in the hospital room on December 17th of 1986 with that 13-year-old kid. And I promised him to his face I don't know that I'm going to get all of your dreams. I don't know that I'm going to achieve everything that you want, but I promise you, I will try. And if you have a dream, I'm going to chase it. And there's been many times in my life that I wanted to quit, and times that if somebody would have given me an out, I would have taken it. And there's been times when I've been depressed, and there's been times when I've been suicidal. But I've never been able to quit on him. I've never been able to look at that little kid in his eyes and walk away. There's been times when my family didn't do it for me, when my kids didn't do it for me, when my wife didn't do it for me, when the work that I have to do on this planet, in my opinion, didn't do it for me, but he has always done it for me. I've never been able to walk away from the promise I made to myself. Now, I imagine most of you have not been hit by a car when you were 13 years old. Many of you have not had a near-death experience like that. But all of you have made a promise to yourself, conscious or not. All of you have made a promise to yourself about what you're going to do on this planet. Your connection to that promise, which you'll probably need to be reminded of when times get tough, will get you back up a lot faster than making money will, or improving your status, or improving other people's opinion of you. That kind of vanity fuel just doesn't work for most people because it's not what you want anyway. So don't put the wrong gas in your fuel tank. Find the thing that will get you going and use that as often as you need to stay on the path until you get what you want, until you create the certainty, until you have the conviction, until it works, whatever that means to you, until. Because then you become unstoppable. But in today's world, unless you have that kind of internal drive, I think you're unhelpable. Because the internal fears will always outweigh any of the intellectual solutions. So this is how you can absolutely win. This is how you can absolutely make it. If you're willing to do the work. Because then success is inevitable. I don't know how it's going to look, but success is inevitable. And even if you never made $1 in coaching, even if you didn't build this 7-figure business, what if you just healed your life? That's the cool thing about this process. When you go through the stages, you actually have to go through the work. And then you become a product of the work. And then you become a product of the product. And then the work becomes your work. And that by itself is worth it. What almost all of the people that go through our programs tell us, which is the same thing that I experienced as well when I was going through these as a student way back when, is the first major change is internal. What most people say is, I healed my relationship in my marriage. I healed with my kids. I healed the relationship with the person in the mirror. Like, what most people say first is that something in their personal life fundamentally shifted. And then they got to the business stuff. And then they started learning what they need to learn in the business world. But the first transformation happened personally. Because it really can't not. Michelle just typed something in there that I believe so wholeheartedly. Only transforming people can transform others. If you want to be a transformational coach, you must be in the transformational world. Where are you training? Where are you swimming? You must be in the water. And if you're not in the water, they will know. They'll know. They'll know that you don't trust yourself. Energetically, they'll feel that there's a conflict here. And they might not be able to articulate it, but they'll know. So you might be doing all the right things, marketing-wise, strategy-wise, all that stuff, but the energy could be repelling people because they just know something is misaligned here. Authenticity is palpable. Yes, 100%. So I still have more stuff that I'm going to talk about here at the State of the Coaching Industry. For those of you that just joined us, you want to stick around, you're watching the replay, whatever, those of you that have been here the whole time and you just want more, we got more. I'm going to take a few moments here and speak about ECCP again for those of you that weren't here before, you just want a little bit more information. But we're still going to talk about the steps that you need to take in order to build this lucrative business. We're going to talk about the number one question that you've got to ask yourself to succeed and to keep going and keep your inspiration. We'll talk about winning as an introvert and as an insecure person and as a doubt-filled person and as an imperfect person. We're going to talk about that, the marketing recipe, the 3 ingredients that you need, and the most important strategic shift to sell transformation in an attention economy. I've already alluded to some of this stuff, but I really want to wrap it up with a nice little bow for all of you. And we're also going to talk about what's working, what's not working, and then how to deal with this post-COVID world. So all that's still coming. And for those of you that don't yet know about ECCP or you just want to know a little bit more, I want to share with you a little bit more about ECCP. So ECCP is our level 2 certification program. It is designed through Immersion to give you certainty in the skills and to give you confidence in yourself. Now, one of the things that I want you to really understand is there's no delayed success on this road. Meaning, you don't have to get all the way here before you start making money, before you start getting coaching clients. In fact, if you're on the path the right way, you will start getting clients because this stuff is attractive. You'll start operating differently and talking differently, and people might just ask you, hey, how do I hire you? That happens all the time because your magnet will be changed. And so along the way toward mastery, you'll have success. Or at least it's incredibly possible and more likely. But if you're just committed to success, you'll probably never get mastery. So I just want to be really clear that you get to win along the way if you're in it the right way. It's not like delayed gratification or delayed success. So going back to ECCP, it's a 5-day, all online virtual event. We go deep with over 20 tools, exercises, and coaching tools and techniques and strategies that you can use. You get a big old reference manual that it's like 180 pages. You have all kinds of resource material in here to constantly use while you're on your coaching calls or just to go back through the information. There's the 4 levels of mastery that I talked about where you learn the content, you watch the demonstrations, and then you experience the demonstrations or you experience the work as a client and you experience the work as a coach. Those 4 levels are required for mastery. If you don't have those 4 levels of training, you're not in a mastery level program because you need all 4 of those to start to get this stuff to work for you, to start to move into more certainty in your skills and confidence as a person. Teresa said BCC was the foundation, and although provided the tools and background necessary, ECCP was the part that gave me certainty and confidence to perform and apply what we learned. And look at that next statement. I trust myself a lot more than before, and I now charge my rates without wavering. That's because she had certainty in the skills and more confidence in herself. And I'll never forget the conversation with Teresa in that ECCP. I'm not going to share that. It's confidential to the people that were there, but it's cool to sort of relive that for a moment. Jennifer says, I grew more in 5 days than I have in 57 years. It's because it's designed for growth. It's designed to remove the layers that are in our way. So one of the bonuses is BCC. I've talked about it a little bit. Teresa just mentioned it. BCC is the Introductory Information Program. It's level 1. You have to go through level 1 to engage with ECCP. If any of you have not gotten into our programs and you're going to join level 2 ECCP, even in 10 days when it starts, or 11 days, I guess, you get BCC as an included bonus like this, and you'll have time. We'll pace you through, even if you can't complete the entire program and get the certification, all that, we'll pace you through the information that you need to be ready for ECCP. So I don't want your lack of time to be a reason that you don't join ECCP because you think you don't have the time to consume this. There are ways that we'll make it work with you and for you, because we've done it so many times now and help people get ready for ECCP. We just don't want you to be in this place where none of this stuff makes any sense because it's the first time you've heard it. We want you to be prepared with hearing a lot of this stuff. But remember, BCC really speaks to the fundamentals of human transformation, the foundation of behavioral change. You have to understand, it's like being a mechanic. You need to know how the entire engine works. Because if you know how the entire engine works, then when somebody drives their car up and they go, I'm hearing this sound, you hear the sound too, but now you know what's actually causing the sound. And because you know how the engine works, you know where, what things are connected to other things, and you start to recognize, certain sounds or behavior with the car, or but you have to understand how an engine works in order to do some of that other work. So you need to understand human behavior if you're going to be a human behavioral coach, right? And that's what BCC does a really good job of creating. Michelle says it's a game changer for coaches who want certainty that their work will change lives and that they're going to be equipped in all situations. Awesome. And Danny said, I paid $5,000 and $7,500 for 2 other coach training programs, but I've learned more in BCC than any of them, because that's what it's designed to do. It's designed for mastery level learning. So it's only going to produce, that kind of outcome. The second bonus is 3 free months in our Elite Coaching Mastery membership. This is something that we just started. We're so excited about it because it was a missing piece for so many people. Remember, where are you training? Where are you swimming? It has to be a present tense verb. You have to constantly be in it. So this is a way for you to constantly be in it. And what we do is we dissect coaching demonstrations from so many different angles and so many different levels, and we run everything through 5 different categories that are required for you to keep elevating your skills as a coach. And you need to see variation. You need to see different coaches talking about different things with different people doing different strategies. If you don't study variation, you cannot increase your capacity. So that's an integral part of mastery level learning, is seeing different styles. And some sessions last 10 minutes and some sessions last 50 minutes. And it's all perfect. And it's designed to give you a real look at what real coaching is. These are not edited demonstrations. We don't do a lot of demonstrations and then scrap 7 of them because only 3 of them look nice and clean and shiny. I want you to see the 7 more than the shiny ones, because that's what you'll more often than not be dealing with in real life, right? One of the things that we say is your script will never survive collision with a human. So you can have an idea of how this is supposed to go. As soon as you bring a human in the mix, they'll ruin everything if you're committed only to the way it's supposed to go, which is why you need to have capacity and expanded mastery and all the stuff that we've been talking about, so that there is no way that it's supposed to go and you'll be able to handle whatever happens. But that can only happen if you study and discuss and dissect and practice all the things that we've been talking about. Alicia said, watching unscripted coaching demos has been an invaluable part of my coaching journey. The session dissections help me understand at a deep level, and it's the difference between being a good coach and a masterful coach. Now, Alicia is one of our mentor coaches, which means the people that are in our 3rd level program, they get a mentor, and Alicia is one of those mentors. So the reason I point that out is because even though she has thousands of hours of coaching under her belt, she still learns because there's always something to learn in a mastery classroom. Always something to learn. There are no lines that you cross off or, boxes that you check and then you're done. There's just constant evolution and constant deepening and constant expanding of your capacity. The third bonus is an exciting one. I hope you see the value of this one. This is Entrepreneur School for Coaches. It is a year-plus long coaching program about entrepreneurship, not just marketing, not just sales, not just business, entrepreneurship that sits on top of and underneath all of those things. It's over 50 modules of content. We pace you through implementation exercises. We dissect the laws, not just the rules. We teach you how to think. We teach you how to see the world as an entrepreneur, how to see the world as a creator. If you are a creative entrepreneur, you're good because you'll be able to see opportunity everywhere and you'll be able to create solutions nonstop. Most people are not creators or they're not entrepreneurs and they don't come together, and therefore it's like almost impossible to have agency and to be able to move, right? So we dissect all this at a deep, deep, deep level. It's not just a drive-by program. It's 50 plus modules with implementation in between so that you can get it in your body. Most people that want to be transformational coaches that I've seen require about a 2-year runway. Now, it can be collapsed a little bit with more commitment, or it can be extended for all kinds of variables, but there seems to be something magical about a 2-year runway where you're studying the skills of coaching, and then you're also on the side studying entrepreneurship at a deep level. These can't be taught in the same classroom. It's just too confusing. So, but if you learn here and learn here in the separate classrooms, you can be doing them simultaneously, but they have to be in separate classrooms. Then what we see is at the end of about 2 years, you're convicted at levels that you probably didn't even know was possible. But what you get is independence and agency, and now the world truly is a canvas that you can paint your unique artistry all over and use your version of the work to meet people where they are and to do the things you're most passionate about and actually create impact as well as income and build a successful business. But these two components are required. And anything else that doesn't give you the deep certainty and conviction in both the skills of coaching as well as the entrepreneurship of a coaching business, if you don't have those two things, everything else is overcompensation. And again, it's one of the reasons why people don't make it. Kevin went through eSchool for Coaches, and he said he listened to half of Module 9, only half of it, implemented what he got, and made $15,000 that day. Obviously, I'm not guaranteeing that's going to happen for you. But what he told us is he knew what to look for. And because he had the entrepreneurial essence and spirit, he saw an opportunity, he produced a solution, offered a solution, and they said yes. And he made 15 grand from half of Module 9. Leslie said, I'm a new coach, and during these last 4 months of eSchool, I earned over $10,000, put in the strategy and emotion with a pre-launch of my very first program. To watch Leslie grow was one of the true joys for me personally through eSchool. The other bonus that's available if you pay in full for ECCP is 1 month of one-on-one private coaching so that we can support you personally with anything that's going on with fears or traumas or procrastination or perfectionism or conflicts or whatever's the inner game of entrepreneurship. We can support you because remember I said you have to have personalized attention. And this is a way for you to get personalized attention, not just by somebody who knows coaching, but by somebody who came through all of this that you're learning. So you'll be getting coached by ECCP graduates and alumni and people that coach for us on our team. They've come through the same journey that you've come from. So it's not just somebody who's coaching with their philosophies, but it might not be aligned with what you've just gone through. They're coaching just a little bit further along the journey than you are, having gone through a lot of the exact same programs. So that's just a different level of certainty and conviction in the exact same place that you are. So Vina said, the space you held blew me away, and you modeled an embodied presence and gentle guidance in a way that I dream of doing one day. And our single session raised the bar on how truly transformational coaching can be. So Vina experienced what this coaching was as a client, and it gave her a model of what she can expect and what she strives for, but also what to do in coaching sessions, because she's been in that coaching session at a deep level as a client. And that kind of connection, can't understate how important that is. And Andy says, 4 months with my coach got me 10 times further than 20 plus years on my own. And that's because that external perspective is so critical. So if you are going to join us through on May 20th through the 24th is when ECCP happens. We have a promotion that ends a week before ECCP starts, which is May 13th. There's an investment. It's $17.97 paid in full, or 4 monthly installments of $539. Everything that we offer has a money-back guarantee. So if you don't like what you got into, or you don't think we were truthful in telling you what ECCP is or any of that sort of stuff, just let us know. You have a couple days, and just let us know this is not for you, and we'll refund you, no problem. No questions asked. And if you don't know if this is for you, if you don't know if something else could be better for you, whether it's something that we provide or something that you need to go elsewhere to get some support, you can book a one-on-one strategy call. This is a consultation call. This isn't a deep work transformational coaching session, but this is a consultation of what's going to be best for you on your journey of coaching. And so you can go to coachshansmith.com/book-my-call and schedule a one-on-one session, because we want to make sure this is for you. And we are as likely to tell you this is probably not what you need. If that's true, then, well, that's what we will do. I don't even have a comparison for that. We'll just help you recognize, is this for you or is this not for you? And we don't do hardcore sales. We don't want your money if this is not the best thing for you. And we've turned plenty of people away because it's like that. This is not what you need. You either need something else over here that we do provide, or listen, we don't teach how to breathe oxygen on the moon. So if that's what you're looking for, I can't help you. But I can tell you this ain't it. So we just really come from a place of alignment and advocacy to make sure that you're in it for the right, not for the right reasons from a judgmental standpoint, but you're aligned. And if it's aligned and it's a good fit, then let's go. Let's do this work, and what you can accomplish over the course of ECCP personally, but then how you can start moving along this pathway professionally is probably beyond your current capacity to understand. So if you have any questions on ECCP, let us know. We're here to answer anything that we possibly can. You can get that one-on-one session if that's the best thing for you. All right. Drink whatever you got, get a snack, move around a little bit if you got to move your body, because we're going back in for round number 3. And if any of you are just joining, and we are 3 hours in, and you just heard me say round 3, yep, round 3. All right. Now, a lot of the things that I want to share with you is just to clean up some of the stuff that I've already alluded to kind of put a bow on this package and put it in certain contexts here. But I do want to answer some of the things that I think is important at an intellectual level too, because the intellect is not the bad guy, right? It's just alignment. Your soul and your heart and your spirit and the need to flow, like all that stuff is important. What matters is that you know when you need to tap into certain elements of your life, your memories, the promises you made. It's all about alignment. And if you can remove the need for the judgment of right and wrong, you can make it. Like, you really can make it. But most people need to know what's right, mostly because they need to avoid what's wrong. mostly because they don't want to feel bad about failure. And with that mindset, it's better that you don't play this game because it's just not going to make it. If you don't have your suit and you don't know that there's no gravity, you're going to die on the moon. So just don't go there. But if you're committed to this work, to going to the moon, in that analogy, then you got to get training. And part of the training is to deal with disorientation in an upside down world. What happens when there's no gravity? In this context, gravity is like the idea of right and wrong. Right and wrong plays such a huge piece of our lives that when we remove the idea of right and wrong, it is very disorienting. It's like taking gravity away because we've been programmed and trained by the idea of right and wrong forever. But it's also really liberating when you don't have to worry about what's right and wrong and you just assess what's aligned. That's everything. So that's what we want, again, to, with all this stuff, everything that we teach, we want you to get into alignment. But I can't give you suggestions on what's aligned for you unless we know who you are and what you are and what you want to do, right? We need a starting point. It's like asking GPS for directions to go somewhere, but you don't put in where you're starting. It can't give you those directions because it needs to know where you're starting. And there is no one way to get to anywhere. But there is an individual way to get there from anywhere. If you know the two ending points, right? And you've got the strategy and it can be mapped out. All right, so with all that in mind at a real high level, let's talk about some of these specifics. So I want to share with you what I've found is currently working, what I found is no longer working, and what I think you need to do to sell and market in a post-COVID world. I've already alluded to some of this stuff, so I might just kind of be recalling some of this, but what's working, and this isn't just in our company what's working, that's part of it for sure, a huge part of it, but also what I see is working. Because there might be things that are working, but we're not doing that. But it's still working for the people, that's aligned with whatever it is that is there. But the one thing, or one of the things that I think will work for everybody is what I said a while ago, is to create binge-worthy channels. And we're being programmed now to desire binge content. Watch an episode, then watch another episode, then watch another episode. Like, we're programmed that way. So for you to have binge-worthy content for other people to consume over and over and over again, I think is really important. Now, my suggestion for all teachers, and I think most of you are teachers, because if you weren't teachers, I don't think you'd still be listening to me 3 hours in. You probably wouldn't be listening to me 3 minutes in. If you're a teacher, then teach. If you're a teacher, don't try to sell. If you're a teacher, then teach, and then just keep offering your teachings. And technically, yeah, that's a sales conversation because you're offering something for money, but make it come from a teaching place because that's aligned with you. So if you are a teacher, hang on one sec. If you are a teacher, I think the best places for you to teach are podcasts and YouTube. And there's crossover sometimes because I'm sure you've seen a bunch of podcasts that are actually being filmed and put on YouTube, or even podcasts that just have a static slide, but it's in video content now on YouTube. I listen to YouTube videos all the time and don't watch them. And podcasts are one of the ways, right? So the reason I say that is because when people consume podcasts and YouTube videos, they're in a different learning state than when they're scrolling on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and even LinkedIn to some degree. LinkedIn is a little bit more of a learning platform, but podcasts and YouTube are the best learning platforms because of how people are showing up there. When somebody types in something on YouTube or they type into a Google search and they get YouTube results, They just asked the question that they want answered. So when they click that video, it's because they're interested in something that made the video pop up. But when you open up Facebook or you open up Instagram, you didn't ask a question. You just opened up your feed, and Instagram is deciding what you should look at based on what you've done before and what they think you're going to engage with, but you didn't ask a question. When the brain asks a question, it is much more invested in the information it gets back. But if I didn't ask a question, you just come up to me and start talking to me, my brain is not invested here because there was nothing that I said I want to learn. So it's the way that people show up on those platforms that put them in learning mode more than scrolling mode. And people that want to learn are better fits for teachers. So teach your face off on podcasts and on YouTube videos and create binge-worthy classrooms. That's my suggestion for you. Now, if you want a specific goal, I'm going to give you one, and you can adjust based on where you are. That's going to be a better fit for you. But if you want a goal, I'm going to give you one. But first, I want to ask you a question. Based on the conversation we had a little bit ago about how much content people consume before they show up inside of our company and before I know about them, I want to ask you a question. I want you to answer this question. If you're watching live right now on Zoom, type it in chat. If you're watching on YouTube, type it in. If you're watching the replay, wherever you're watching it, go ahead and type it in the comment section because I want you to actively engage in this question. If somebody showed up to your channel right now, how much content of yours could they binge? And answer however it comes to you. If it's minutes, if it's hours, if it's days, whatever. How much content could they binge? I see 83 videos. I see 0. I see 1 hour. 3 videos, 3 minutes each. 120 videos. Awesome. 134 videos. Woo, we got some big numbers of videos. Now, it's not just the videos, it's also the consumption hours also. So for those of you that are typing in numbers of videos, just take a guess at like how many hours of content those videos would provide. I see none. I appreciate the honesty for those of you that are saying, because we need an assessment here. Okay, cool. Dave, I see the correction there. All good. 7 hours, 5 hours, none. 16 videos, 15 minutes each. That's about 4 hours. Cool. Go ahead and keep answering the question as it comes to you. But then just ask the question. If somebody needs 20 hours from me to trust me and to let me know that they exist, or to get on the phone with me, or to engage in some other way, do I have it? And I think in today's world, with the content that most of you have, if you want to transform people's lives, I think you need to have 20 hours of binge-worthy content. Because it takes a while. So that's my suggested goal for you. If you're just starting, make your goal to get 20 hours of binge-worthy content. Now, the details of that, who cares? 20 hours. How many videos? How long will it take? What will you do? You want to do 21-hour videos? Fine. You want to do 100 6-minute videos? Fine. Or whatever the breakdown is. I tried to do quick math. I don't know if that worked out, but whatever the breakdown is, fine. But get content out there. Because if I come to your channel and the things that I want help with in my life require a level of mastery, and I don't see that you've done that, somebody else will. Because I don't have a commitment to you. Sorry, but I don't. I have a commitment to me. I have a commitment to getting my problem solved. I don't have a commitment to you being that solution. And if there's anything that I see that just doesn't look like you've put in enough time for the work that I think I'm going to need, somebody else will. And I'm not saying that to be shameful of you, like for you to be shameful of yourself. I'm not saying that to be judgmental. I'm just saying, hey, what kind of impact do you want to have and earn it? And what you teach in hour 20 is going to be way better than what you teach in hour 1. I promise. And if you think right now you don't have 20 hours of content, great. Get it. Keep going. Keep talking. If you keep talking, your content will keep evolving. Now, if you tell me that even if you dive into your content, you don't have 20 hours of content that you could create and evolve into, then you shouldn't be teaching that thing. There's something that every single one of you could talk for 100 hours on, right? Now, you might not be ready to make that the thing that you talk about, but my point is, there is no human being that cannot talk about something for 20 hours. But most people, at least in the very beginning, because they don't have the body for this, most people are trying to find the safe thing. And a lot of the conflict is just you're not a product of the thing that you're talking about. You just don't, it's not a part of you. And you're not a part of it. And you'd be better off teaching something that is a part of you. Because that content will continue to evolve. It'll go deep. You have a personal connection to it. You've got investment. Your stories will relate to other people's stories. It's just a better road for almost everybody. So for those of you that are relatively new, my suggestion is that you make a goal to hit 20 hours of content in the next 6 months. And to break that down, if you need it, my suggestion is to make 3 hours of content over the next 2 months. Now, 2 months, 3 hours doesn't equal 6 months, 20 hours. Right, because this usually isn't linear. But I want you need to get in motion. And then it starts to build, it starts to get more exponential. Then your 5-minute videos become 8-minute videos, which become 15-minute videos. And then you start to push out more content more frequently. And it can build. And then I suggest you make it your goal to have 50 hours by the end of the year. By the end of a year, by the end of 12 months, have 50 hours of binge-worthy content. If you want to earn people's trust, and if you want your leadership to evolve, you've got to put in the work and you have to let it evolve. And your message can only evolve with oxygen, meaning it's not going to evolve inside your head. It can only evolve outside of your mouth. Get it out. And you need feedback from other people so that you can assess, what do they like? What do they not like? What are they asking questions about? What are they not engaged with at all? You need to assess feedback from other people, and it's got to get out of your mouth. That's the goal. So you're not doing 50 hours to get $50,000 in coaching clients. You're doing 50 hours to have 50 hours of binge-worthy content. If it produces $50,000, fantastic. But that's not the point. The point is to get the production muscles going and get 50 hours of content. The lessons that you will learn by producing 50 hours of content, you cannot understand right now. That's the stuff you don't know. I get excited about what you're going to learn in hour number 47 because you don't know what you don't know right now. And that's a commitment to mastery, right? So I want you to get in motion. For those of you that already do have a bunch of videos, then adjust that to whatever's going to be a stretch goal for you. Give yourself a 2-month, a 6-month, and a 12-month goal, or adjust those time frames. It's going to be a stretch for you. but get yourself in motion with some accountability. Say it out loud what you're committing to and get in motion. So for those of you that are watching this, put in chat, what are you going to commit to? If you're going to commit to my suggested starting point, then great, do that. If you're going to change something else, my lights are going off. Oh, look at that. If you're going to change something else, based on where you currently are or how many videos you have, then that's fine too. All right, let's see. I've only been in this studio 10 years, so let me see if I know how to turn the lights back on. Give me 1 second. We'll see if this works. I can still talk to you though. Oh, there you go. How about that? Dang, they just didn't think I was moving or something. So I want you to commit. What is it that you're going to create from a binge-worthy standpoint? Go ahead and type in chat. What are you committing to? Now, a lot of you are answering the questions about how many videos you have. And if you are scared to commit, great. That means you're just up against one of your bubbles, one of your ceilings. Push through it and commit. Yeah, I got to pay the electricity bill. I was thinking about that possibility. So I want you to commit to something you can control, because you can control. If you're going to commit to YouTube, you can control whether you have 50 hours at the end of the year or not. You can't control how many people watch it. YouTube has their own algorithms. You can't control some of that stuff, but you can control if you got 50 hours. And you're going to learn so much more in the producing of all of it than you can fathom right now. So yeah, my suggestion is 3 hours in 2 months, 20 hours in 6 months, and 50 hours in 12 months. That would be my suggestion. So start there and then adjust to match your circumstances. I see 20 hours in the next 6 months. Great. 20 and 6. A lot of context has not been uploaded yet, and I have the hours needed for this challenge. Perfect. My suggestion is to do whatever is going to grow you. So if publishing those videos that you've already produced is the thing that's going to grow you because you're working on, you've got fear of visibility and spotlight and feedback and all that stuff, awesome. If that's not all that difficult, then my suggestion is for you to create more content that's going to stretch you. And that's up for you to decide what's going to be the best for you. 50 hours a year in solo content, fantastic. 3 hours in 2 months, perfect. So whatever it is that you're going to focus on that you can control, do that. Because you have to get your creative juices going, meaning you have to be able to create content in today's world. If you cannot create content, you're not going to be able to get people's attention. You're not going to be able to give them something compelling for them to be excited about. You have to create content. So binge-worthy content, that is one of the things, that's the main thing that I want to talk to you about what's working. But also just a few things, I'm not going to dive deep into these things. Opt-in pages are still working. I just went round and round with one of our groups earlier today about how what I see, most coaches don't have opt-in pages, but they're trying to sell online courses, or they're trying to sell retreats, or they're trying to sell workshops. They're trying to sell things that they're toddlers in Cadillacs. They're trying to sell things that they're not ready to sell yet because they don't have an audience that have told them what they want to buy. So opt-in pages, you need opt-in pages. Because you don't control the algorithms on any of the social media platforms, you need people on an email list. Email marketing still works. And it's the only thing that you can control compared to all the other social media platforms. So build an audience. You have to learn what it takes to build an audience before you're going to learn what you need to sell to that audience or what they will buy, right? In the social media world, I think most of you see this, shorts are really big, not the kind that you wear, but the kind that are 60 seconds or less. Just short form content, like all the platforms have short short content. I think now Facebook has it and Instagram has it and YouTube has it. And so short content, what we generally do is we take the long content and then cut it up into little sections. That's what I see most people do. So you can repurpose. But I do know some people that will just do like a 60-second video just to put it out on the shorts section of YouTube or one of the other social media platforms. And it's a good way, it's not going to change, you're not going to change anybody's life in a short video, 60 seconds or less, but you might make their ears perk up. You might give them some recognition so that the next time they see you tomorrow, it's another short, and then the next time it's another short, and then the next time it's another short, and then pretty soon they're interested in potentially going through your opt-in page that you need to have, or showing up to a webinar or something like that, right? So shorts get you in front of people. You're not going to do deep coaching in shorts, but you can plant the seeds to get them onto your into your community and potentially on your business. And then energetically, what's working is helping people. That's what's working. That's what always works. Help people any way that you can, however you can, wherever you can. Help people. That will never stop working. And you help people by knowing who they are and what they want and what you can provide and getting as clear as you possibly can. And you market to them and you offer your stuff and you give them solid experiences and you make people feel important again. That's the other thing that this COVID process has done for a lot of people is, we've been, I like to say we've been numberized. We've been turned into numbers and we've been numberized by all of the digital marketing. So if you give people an opportunity to feel important again, like they're more than just a number to you. And sometimes that's as simple as answer their comments when they comment on your stuff. Return their emails. If they actually take the time out of their day to send you an email, answer them. If they know that you're not going to respond, then what's the likelihood that they keep saying anything, right? That they keep engaging. So just make people feel important. That'll never go out of style, but it is out of trend, I think, but it's not out of style in terms of whether it works or not. But you kind of got to go against the grain there because so much in the business world is all about scaling. How can you get as many people as possible in your programs and get as much money as possible and scale, 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 scale? Well, if a business scales, the value for the individual customers usually decreases. Usually. Not all the time, but usually. And so most decisions that are better for the business to grow are not better for the customer to grow. So because of that, most people, I think, are missing value and connection. So if you give them the experience of value and connection, then it'll always work because humans need both of those things. All right, what I see is not working or not working as well as it used to be. Number one, live videos. It's just not novel anymore. Yeah, it's a live video. Once upon a time when Periscope came out, people are like, wait, you can see, like I can talk to you and you can see that you talk to me, and really? Like it might be crazy to think that like about 10 years ago, that wasn't a thing. Now it's just, come on. I mean, I'm tired of live videos. Of course we can engage. Like we've been doing this forever. No, we've only been doing it for about 10 years. But it's not novel anymore. And in fact, not only is it not novel anymore, it's more of a nuisance than novel for most people. The reason I say that is your live videos will usually not get a whole lot of audience members anymore. It just doesn't work that way anymore. To be transparent with you, we have 15,000 people, I think, on our email list that got an invite to this. We had, I think, 20-something thousand in another email list that got an invite to this. We have 30,000 YouTube subscribers, and there are less than 100 people. I can't see how many people are watching on YouTube right now. I don't know if people are watching on YouTube right now, but my point is people don't really show up for live videos like they used to. It's just not how it works. I see 6 people watching on YouTube right now. We got 30,000 subscribers, but they will watch the replays. Partly because people like to speed everything up. I can't stand watching anything live that I can't speed up. So I don't want to go to a live event unless it's like so compelling, like a live video, unless it's so compelling that I just have to get it right now. So again, the behavior has changed. So live attendance isn't what it used to be. And what I want you to do is produce your live videos, but understand you're doing it for the replay audience, even more so than the live audience. Now, of course, you want to engage with the live audience and all that stuff. Yes, but it's hard to get people to show up live now. And that's across the board. I see that everywhere in every single company across the board. It's just the way it is. So I just want you to have the right mindset and understand it's not novel. It's not like it used to be. So anything that's no longer novel is not working like it used to be, like it used to work when it was novel. So webinar funnels and video sales letters and anything that requires people to be in a process for a long period of time, especially like multiple days, like challenges are a big thing now, but they're not novel anymore. Like so many people have done challenges. Whereas once upon a time, a few years ago, the idea of doing a challenge and I'm going to be here with you for 5 days or 7 days or 2 days or whatever it is, that was a new thing. That at one point in time, that was new, but now it's not new. So your content has to be more compelling than the nuisance of something that's no longer novel. Let me say that again. Your content has to be compelling to get over the nuisance of something that's no longer novel. Because if something isn't new and novel anymore, it's a nuisance. But I'll listen to a live video and show up if the content is compelling enough. So almost everything that a lot of people are doing is not novel. But you can still get people's attention by being new, by being unique, by being distinct, by being transparent. That's the other piece, right? The other thing that I want to say is, I'll call it just cross-platform recipes. What works on LinkedIn doesn't necessarily work on YouTube, which doesn't necessarily work on Facebook, which doesn't necessarily work on Instagram, which doesn't necessarily work on TikTok. The people are different, the algorithms are different, the platforms are different. Please don't think there's one thing that's going to work across platforms. It just doesn't, especially across markets, right? So if somebody's selling how to build Etsy stores and they're selling it on Pinterest, please don't take their marketing plan and try to sell transformational coaching on LinkedIn with it. It's not going to work because there's way too many variables that don't transfer. So it's not about right or wrong. It's not about this one size fits all. It's about what's aligned for you and your people and where are they. And that takes iteration. It takes data, like we've been talking about. Put in the work and see how people respond and what's the engagement, all that stuff. So this is all like marketing strategy, right? What are the business skills and the business steps that you need to take? And it's different than all the other stuff I was talking about. Like this is a different classroom, really, when we're talking about marketing. It's not like you have to separate your emotional attachment from marketing actions because your business doesn't care about your heart. It can't care. It's a business. You can't be emotionally attached to the entrepreneurial journey, especially the business journey. You can't be emotionally attached. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So when I talk about some of these things, it might sound like almost dismissive, like it doesn't matter what you try, just try something. The right thing to do is the thing that you'll do. And I'm not being dismissive of you or your value, but it actually doesn't matter what you choose. It matters that you choose and that you do something and that you don't expect something that is unrealistic, right? The final thing I want to talk about is the commoditization of transformation. A commodity in this context is basically something that can be replaced by something similar. So if you have a can of beans on a grocery store shelf, you can take that can of beans and replace it with a can of corn, and most of the stuff is still going to work because you took one can and put another similar can there. But if you take the strategies that sell cans of beans and cans of corn and you replace it with a stuffed animal, it's not necessarily going to work the same, because those are in a different aisle and they might be at a different eye level and they have different signs all around them. Like, it's not the same. You can't just interchange any product and think it's going to work. When you can interchange a product like that, it's a commodity, basically, in the context that I'm using this word. So what that means is, if you're following a system or trying to follow a system where your version of transformational coaching is so similar to mine that you can take mine out and put yours in, neither one of us matter, because we're interchangeable. And that's not how transformation works. Transformation is not a commodity. And you, as the transformational coach and the transformational agent, matter so much that you cannot just be removed and replaced. So if you try to find the recipe out there that works for somebody else and you try to remove them and replace them with you, I hope it doesn't work. Because if it does work, then you're not doing any transformational work. So the commoditization of transformational coaching is a major, major mistake that a lot of people make. Transformation is an individual experience. You have to act like it. You are an individual agent of transformation. You have to act like it. It's not about finding the recipe out there that works and putting your ingredient into it. It's about starting with you as the main ingredient and then putting other ingredients around it so that you can build your recipe around your main ingredient. You are way more important than what you probably think you are, what most people think or want you to think that you are. Because if I can convince you that there is a recipe that works and all you need to do is learn the recipe and then put your thing in the recipe, then I can sell you the recipe. But if you know if that recipe wasn't built around your ingredient first, then it's not your recipe. One of my favorite quotes and concepts is, if you can see the path, it's not your path. If there's a path that has been pre-paved before you showed up, then it's not yours, because somebody else laid that cement. All right. How are we doing? How's this landing? Are we good? This is the audience participation part. Please. Please. Cool. All right. What's working post-COVID? I've already said this, but just kind of put a bow on it. Just be good. Quality is what's working. And quality will work post-COVID. Because we just went through all of the collapse of our experiences and connection and all that stuff. And so you providing the thing that a lot of people lost through the COVID experience is going to be the best way to really grab people. So get good. We spent a ton of time talking about that. And understand that getting good is a process that everybody can follow. It's not like some of you can make it and some of you can't. Everybody can make it on this journey. If we're talking about becoming a world-class coach to help people heal and change human behavior, because everybody can learn that. But with your getting good from an energetic standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, you have to understand the power of specificity. We live in a world that demands specificity. If you're too general, it's really hard to get people's attention. So the more specific you are and the more detailed you are, the more you're going to get people's attention. And then you do the work that you do and you help and you support people and, you know, go through all the learning processes we've been talking about, and you got a chance at this. So I want you to keep it simple. That's what I think. That's how I think you have to show up now, is just be good and be real, be authentic. Because remember, they've never seen you before. They've never seen the authentic version of you before. Inside that same conversation is, how do you sell transformation in this economy? How do you sell transformation when everything is being collapsed into shallow experiences and we're being driven by algorithms and all the AI stuff? How do you sell transformation in an economy that's not designed to sell transformation, that doesn't even really value transformation? I mean, everything that we've been talking about fits, but specifically what I want you to focus on is stop selling expectations in the future, which is what nearly all sales is. Most sales is, if you buy this thing, this is what you can get in the future. So sales tactics are usually designed to get you excited about the future so that you'll buy the thing that'll get you there. But that speaks to and engages the intellectual part of our brain that is focused on and values future expectations. So we buy the expectations. Now, in the COVID world, most of us bought more things that didn't meet our expectations probably than we ever did before. Anybody in that camp also? Raise your hand or type in chat. Most people were disappointed in the things that they bought because the reality didn't meet the expectation. So most sales tactics are selling a future expectation. Now that's hard with transformation because a transformation is an experience. So rather than selling expectations, I want you to show up as a teacher and as a good coach and give people experiences now. And people can experience your content on video. They can experience your content in a blog post. They can experience your content when they consume it if you're delivering experiential content. And when they experience the content, it speaks to them right now in this moment in an undeniable way, different than when they expect something in the future. And that's why we always say, as a teacher, it's way easier for you to sell as a teacher and as a coach than as a salesperson. Because then here's your sales pitch. If you like what you just experienced, there's more. That's the pitch. And if they actually experience something that they value, then they want more. So you don't have to get them excited about something in the future that they expect. They just want more of what you just gave them. Now, that's usually going to take more consumption, which is why I want you to have a binge-worthy channel. Because even if you give somebody an experience in a single exchange, whether it's a video or blog post or whatever, a single consumption, they usually are going to need more because of the depth of the truth. So they need more and more and more consumption, which actually deepens their experience, which is a good thing. And then if you have an offer for more, it's more likely that they're going to want more because they're making their future choice of what they want to buy based on their current experience, not their future expectation. And when you sell future expectations, number one, it's harder to sell for people that don't like sales because it doesn't feel good. It feels icky. But number two, when people buy future expectations, they ask for refunds way more because that future expectation is quite often not met. And they might even have a different expectation than what you're selling. So when their future expectation is not met, it's more likely that they're going to want their money back. But when you give them an experience that they value and they want more of what they already said yes to and they already value, then it's much less likely that they're going to want their money back because it came from an experience, not an expectation. I hope it really lands for you how fundamentally different that is. Experience over expectation. That's how you sell transformation in this attention world. But also understand the algorithms are not designed for you to sell transformations. It's designed for people to keep buying surface level expectations in the future. That's the way the economy is designed. But you absolutely can do this if you just understand you're not playing by the algorithm rules, you're playing by the human rules, and it's going to take a little bit longer, but you can still do it this way. From that place of understanding the value of expectations, let's talk about a marketing recipe. The 3 ingredients to create marketing messages based on everything we've talked about so far, especially if you're not a hardcore salesperson. 3 things. 2 of them I think are going to be self-explanatory, and I'll explain the third. Truth, transparency, and tension. Truth is speak your truth. Be honest about what you believe to be true. Sing the song that's yours to sing. Transparency is about being real, being authentic, be transparent. They know you're a human, so just be human. That's how you create trust anyway. Truth and transparency creates trust. From a marketing perspective, this third one is a little bit more important to understand. Tension. People need to have tension in order for them to keep leaning into something that might be uncomfortable. And the truth for most people is uncomfortable. Transparency for most people is uncomfortable. So there has to be a reason for them to keep leaning in. There has to be some kind of tension that builds the connection that causes them to want to hear more, to want to say yes to whatever it is that you're offering, to want to give their email address or sign up for a program or whatever. There's got to be tension. Now, tension for a lot of people is uncomfortable and feels like conflict, so they don't want to provide it for others. But you have to understand, if you're going to invite people into some kind of transparent conversation about truth, they have to have something sticky for them to keep leaning into it. This is not a comfortable conversation. It can't be a comfortable conversation. So what is that tension that you can keep them engaged with? They've got to be compelled to stay in the conversation. And the best way to do that, like we've been talking about, become really good, understand the work, speak at deeper levels, come from embodiment, come from somatic understanding of this stuff, not just intellect. It's really difficult to create intellectual tension in transparent conversations because the intellect is just not strong enough, and the intellect is afraid of the transparency anyway most of the time. So you've got to have that deep level of compelling tension that is going to cause them to want to keep hearing a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and pretty soon they're going to cross whatever that line is. So truth, transparency, and tension if you really want to be a transformational agent. I said earlier that I want to talk about winning in coaching, even if you're insecure, even if you're imperfect, even if you have doubts, even if you're introverted, even if you're sensitive, even if you're not sure about something about yourself. Number one, with all of that stuff, you can still go through the process of becoming a world-class transformational coach. In fact, your insecurities will make you a better coach. Your imperfections will make you a better coach. Your sensitivity will make you a better coach. So these things that most people are trying to get rid of are actually assets to you as a transformational coach. If I want to get into a transparent conversation that might be uncomfortable, I don't want an insensitive coach that has no empathy or connection or has not gone through any of this stuff before. I might as well just have an AI conversation on ChatGPT. But there's not capacity there to really hold what I think is important in my truthful, transparent conversations, right? So I want you to lean into all of those things that might feel uncomfortable to you and might create a lot of the doubts, and just understand those are assets in the transformational world, as long as you use them that way. So don't try to get rid of your sensitivity, just use it to your advantage. And I don't mean like taking advantage of other people. Use it to your advantage. Use your sensitivity to become a better coach. Use your sensitivity to speak about deeper, compelling, more tension-filled things, because you know what it's like to be attached to I'm not good enough. You know what it's like to be afraid of the spotlight, but know that you have to make yourself visible at the same time. You know what that's like. And if that's what I'm experiencing and you start talking about what I'm experiencing, I trust you. But if you tell me, just wash your face, just have some affirmations, just don't give a F about other people, just feel the fear and do it anyway. Just remember, fear is false evidence appearing real. If you have all these intellectual stuff and you're giving me all that, but it's not working for me, then why would I follow you? But if you start speaking in ways that I resonate with, because I too am a sensitive person, I'm connected to my emotions, or I want to be, then you speaking to that gives me trust. So it's like the counter-intellectual truth that the more real and imperfect you are as a human, the more leadership you'll have in transparent, truthful conversations. But it's uncomfortable and it's scary, and most of us have learned that we're not supposed to be real, and we've learned that we're not supposed to show our imperfections, but it's all nonsense. In the conversation that we're talking about, if you want to be transformational and draw people in, you have to be you have to give people a mirror they can see themselves in. So one of the things we talk about in our community is to clear your mirror. If you've ever tried to put on makeup or wash your face or shave or anything like that, like right out of the shower and the mirror's all foggy, you have to clean it off first, right? Because you can't see yourself in it. Clear your mirror in this context means you become so transparent as much as you can as the coach that they can see themselves in you because your mirror is clear. But if you show up as a foggy, perfect mirror, they can't see themselves in you, and so they won't trust you. So much of this work is not about skill set as much as it's about permission. It's about your permission to be real and authentic and transparent. That's not a skill. It's just most people don't have internal permission to show up that way, which is great. You can use that to your advantage, because if you are the one that's going to go first and show up transparently, then the people that are attracted to you that know that they need that will follow your leadership because you went first. And that's actually the easiest thing you can do, is just be real. It's just scary. So this isn't a skill set that you need to learn. And in fact, any of the skills that you're trying to learn in the sales realm is probably anti everything I'm just talking about. But if you need trust for people to follow you in transformation, then you should not be learning skills that are removing that trust or showing up as perfect or getting people connected and committed to some future expectation. You're actually doing the opposite. That's again why we say you're going to be a better salesperson as a coach and as a teacher than you will as a salesperson. Unless making sales is the thing that lights you up. Great, but for most of you, it's just not true. All right, 2 more pieces of content that I want to wrap up with. And again, if you missed this the first time, please listen to this again, watch it again, because we're talking about foundational learning. And you'll be able to apply something at a deeper level or to another area of your business or to your life or something if you watch it again. This is not just a single shot consumption kind of content or material, because we're talking about the deep stuff, right? So watch it again, connect and engage as much as you can. And I'm not just saying that because, it's our video and I want you to watch our videos. Sure, yeah, but it's mastery level learning. And there is no such thing as just drive-by mastery level learning. You're not going to multitask your way into mastery. You're not going to microwave your way into mastery. Like, you have to be present and you have to be engaged and you have to be invested and you need repetition for mastery level learning. So watch again and again and again and start talking about all this stuff. For those of you that made a commitment to putting out 50 hours worth of content over the next 12 months, I just gave you everything you need. You could just listen to 5 minutes of any of these, of anything here and create 2 hours worth of every 5-minute chunk. So you have all the content that you need. If you're willing to explore and go deep and look at different angles and talk to other people about it, you have plenty of content that will easily evolve into well more way more than 50 hours. But you got to engage with it. You have to dissect and discuss and all that stuff. So the penultimate content here is the number one entrepreneurial question that you must ask yourself every single day to succeed, to get you going, to get you into more of a resilience mode rather than a don't fail mode. And I've alluded to it multiple times. It's who needs me, basically. It's who is looking for me today. And if you know that somebody out there is desperately looking for the information that you have inside your head, it's more likely that you will get yourself in front of them or do whatever you can to get in front of them than if you ask yourself, how much money can I make today? That speaks to a self-preservation part of your ego that wants to win in some tangible way that your heart doesn't give a damn about. But most of you do care about helping people. So you will get up and you will figure it out and you'll power through what you need to power through and you'll learn how to deal with these technology issues and you'll figure out the algorithms and you'll do whatever you got to do with your equipment because somebody needs you. You're much more likely to show up for somebody who not only needs you, but is actively searching for you right now. You're much more likely to get up out of bed and stay up late and put your item on the menu that they're currently looking over than you are to chase people down and try to get money out of them. So find that thing that is going to inspire you. And one of the analogies that I fall back on so often, and it's one of the reasons that I made that choice I alluded to a while back, like 8 years ago when I wanted binge-worthy content, is I was like processing the lighthouse, like the literal lighthouse, but also just the concept of a lighthouse. And what hit me as I was going through all the things I was going through is that the lighthouse doesn't turn its light on when it sees the boats. The lighthouse turns its light on because it's a lighthouse, and lighthouses shine their lights. That's what they do. Most of us only teach when the students have already showed up in the classroom. And that's not the way any of this is really going to work. If you're a teacher, then teach, because it's what's going to make your soul happy anyway. If you're a lighthouse in this concept, literally, but also figuratively, you have to shine your light. And I learned this about real lighthouses. Every lighthouse has a different kind of pulse and rhythm to it because boats know that certain lighthouses will mark certain places when they can't see the fog, but they know that that lighthouse has a certain rhythm that's different than that rhythm. So they don't want to go there. They want to go there because that's the one that's marking the territory where they actually want to go dock their boat, right? Or just navigate around the land. And so every lighthouse basically has its own language. They don't shine the exact same. And I just thought that was really cool. So the pulse is a little bit different. The time, the rhythm in between pulses is a little bit different. So your lighthouse is a little bit different than everybody else out there. And I believe there are certain ships out in the sea out there that are only going to come to the shore when they see your pulse. But the light has to keep going to keep making it through the fog. It's not just going to send one light pulse because then the boat doesn't know actually where to go, especially when the boat is still moving. The lighthouse has to keep sending its light in the rhythm that it's sending it, and eventually the boat can understand visually where to navigate because the lighthouse is constantly sending its signal. But the lighthouse is not demanding that the boats are making the way to the shore for them to keep going. So if you're a teacher, teach when there's nobody in your classroom for your sake and for their sake and for the person that might need you to show up for 10 years before they let you know they've been listening, or for 20 hours, or for 5 days, or whatever their threshold is. Shine your light because you're a lighthouse. Teach your content because you're a teacher. And keep doing it because you know they need to see the consistency in order for them to make their way to the shore. And then when a few boats make their way to the shore, the lighthouse doesn't stop, it keeps going. Why? Because it's a lighthouse. I don't want you to teach only so that people will buy your stuff. I want you to teach because you're a teacher. My soul is not happy when I'm not teaching. That's one of the biggest lessons I've learned over the years. When this body is not teaching, this soul is not happy. And I would imagine many of you are very similar. So find the thing that makes your soul happy and do it all the time. And I promise you, there will be boats that show up eventually. But you can't know when it's going to happen, and you can't know how it's going to happen. So shine your light and teach your ass off. That's what I want you to do. The final conversation here from a content perspective, and we've been like, we're closing in on 4 hours now, and it kills me to boil all this down into only 4 hours. Like, it kills me, it truly does. Because there's so much. But mastery is really just nonstop exploration and nonstop dissection and nonstop discussion, because we're dealing with deep fundamental principles that can be applied everywhere. So I really, really appreciate all of you that are still here. And it just hit me. I'm gonna get a little I'm gonna get a little guttery here for a moment, just a little vulgar. Not too bad, but my mind went, wait, 4 hours? I haven't peed in 4 hours. And as soon as I had that thought, now I have to pee. But like, until I had that thought, I think my body was like, we don't know how long this is gonna go. So I'm just gonna not let him know how full we are down here. So you just keep on going, but oh, he's aware. All right, now, like, come on. So I think that awareness, that was an embodied awareness right there, right? You talk about expectations versus experiences. I just had an experience, but now I also have an expectation that at some point relatively soon, we're gonna have to go ahead and handle that. Anyway, so this last piece of content here in the conversation is your next step. Individually, what is your next step to build a solid, lucrative coaching business? And I already talked about being addicted to addition. What I want you to ask is not, what do I need to add to myself in order to succeed? I want you to ask, what do I need to remove from myself? Because that's a better question. For most of us, it's not that your car is not working properly or has the ability to work. For most of us, it's that your emergency brake is on. So you're going to get further by releasing the brakes than by pushing the gas. Most of us and most of you need to remove the obstacles more than you need to add to the problem. Because you are the main ingredient, and you have lessons that you've learned from your past that somebody needs to know, and many people will pay for. And if you believe that, then that's what I want you to do everything from. The knowledge that you have valuable information that people need, and people will pay for it. And then I want you to market from that place. I want you to message from that place. I want you to post on social media from that place. I want you to sell from that place. I want you to make your invitations from that place. That place knowing that you have valuable lessons that people need. If most people are honest in the coaching world, if they feel like they're struggling, what they'll tell us mostly is some version of, I can't teach, I don't know how to market, I don't know how to sell. Not I can't teach. I don't know how to market or I don't know how to sell. That's usually what so many of the fears are. But nobody says, I don't know how to teach the lessons I've learned. I've never heard that, ever. But people say, I don't know how to sell my programs. So what that tells me is most people are thinking that sales and marketing is not the same as teaching your lessons. And I'm here to tell you it's the exact same. Teach your lessons. Give them experiences and then invite them into more experiences. And I promise you that's going to be a better, more aligned offer that you make, and you will be more committed to it because teachers teach. So if sales and marketing is just another way that you're teaching the lessons that you learned at some point in time of your past and other people need those lessons, it'll be so much easier for you to show up and teach with commitment and advocacy for those people because you know what these lessons have done for you in your life. But if you're not selling things that have changed your life, it's going to be really tough. If you've not had a coach and you have not purchased coaching, it's going to be really tough for you to sell it. Because you're not offering it from a place of personal experience. You're offering it from a place of commodity expectations that I was talking about earlier. It just doesn't work. Number one, I don't think from a philosophical, ethical, moral standpoint, you should be selling what you haven't purchased. But from an energetic standpoint, they know. They know that you're trying to sell them something you haven't bought. They know. They won't tell you that. They won't tell you, I'm not going to pay you $5,000 for your life coaching because I can tell you haven't paid $5,000 for your life coaching. They won't tell you that. But they know. And it's not going to come as clearly as I just said it, but they know. Something inside is telling them that you're sending them to a level in the elevator that you've never been before. They know. So I'm saying this for you. And here's the thing. Instead of you wrestling with something that you have emotional conflict around, just teach the thing that you don't. Take that to market because somebody needs that information too. It might not be the same people, but somebody needs that information. So what I want all of you to understand and leave here with is that you have a valuable, valuable, purchasable product if you've learned lessons in your life. Somebody wants those lessons and somebody will pay for those lessons. Now you got to get out of your way and iterate and do the work from a marketing perspective and a messaging perspective and an entrepreneurial perspective to find the recipe that's going to work for your valuable ingredient. That is possible. It's not possible the way most people are trying to do it, but it is possible if you do it in an aligned way. And I'm rooting for you. And I don't say that just in a, in a foo-foo kind of, like throwaway meaning. I'm rooting for you because if you are somebody who is sensitive or introverted or wounded or traumatized, you're the voices that more people need. Because you're the kind of person that most people will relate to. And I think what we need more of in this coaching industry is real people speaking to real people about real issues and how they can actually heal and solve their real problems and give real solutions for humanity. And I don't mean like on a big level, like, solve all the world's problems, but the internal humanity, you as a human. So show up as a human, show up as a teacher, show up as just another person that is a little bit further ahead than they are. Show up as a third grader that just wants to teach second graders while they're still learning fourth grade stuff. That's what I believe the world needs. And it's possible. But don't try to do it by changing yourself into anybody else. That's the big thing that I hope you take out of all of this. I've shared ECCP a couple times. If you missed it, I just want to give you another quick visual before we wrap up here. If you missed it or you want to see it again, ECCP happens May 20th through the 24th. It's an online virtual experience, so any of you can join from wherever you are in the world. It's designed to be level 2. It is level 2 immersion training so that you can understand some of the deep work, so that you can help people with guilt and shame and limiting beliefs and awareness that can expand beyond their capacity that they currently have so that they can grow to levels that they don't know is currently possible. We talk about releasing pain. We do timeline therapy. We do a lot of NLP stuff. We do a lot of methodologies that I learned outside of NLP, some things that I just made up along the way. This is our container of all the things that I've learned and that we've learned as a company over the years that work. That's the only thing we teach is what works, because we iterate and we figure out what do people need in order to be prepared for the moon. And that's what has become ECCP in the way that it is, BCC before it, and ECCP in action above it. All of that has just come from iteration. And all we do is just pay attention to what works and what doesn't work. What are the experiences that people need to produce the outcomes on the other side that is really going to make a difference? And for those of you that are interested in any of that or drawn to any of this, please join us. I think it'll be the best thing you've ever experienced in this context, in this capacity, in the personal development world, as well as coaching, because it's designed to transform humans. So that's what it does. And that's what we're really proud about. Carnell said, it's the representation, the absolute representation of the word transformation. And she says, there are no words to ever describe what we all experienced over those 5 days. No certificate could ever represent the changes, growth, transformations in a lifetime of friendships. It's transformation, you guys. It's the essence of the word. And it's not just for you to experience transformation, but for you to facilitate transformation in a coaching way moving forward. So we do have these 3 bonuses that I mentioned. BCC is included in the price. That is the level 1. 3 months in our monthly coaching mastery membership is included to keep dissecting and staying in the content and continuing to do the training on an active level. And then Entrepreneur School for Coaches, again, is a $2,000 program when we ran it. It's a $1,500 program now online. You can go ahead and buy it for $1,500 if you want, or you can have it included in your ECCP tuition so that you get both the marketing skills as well as the coaching skills at deep, deep, deep dive levels. And when you really wrap all this together, you truly will be unstoppable. I can't promise what it's going to look like, the timelines, what's actually going to work for you, but I can promise when you get the certainty and the conviction, and you see the world as an entrepreneur and as a creator, and coaching is your product, and you've experienced all of it, you truly are unstoppable. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of iteration so you can find what clicks and do something magical with your life. And I have one thought I want to save till the very end. The investment here for ECCP, as you can see, is $17.97 paid in full. And again, I'm not saying this from ego, but I'll put this up against anything, especially at the price. You know, I'll put this up against any $10,000 program out there because I know what it produces, because I know what's gone into it, and I know what people say on the other side of it. If you need a payment plan, we have a payment plan. If you have any questions, let us know. You've got a 2 full day guarantee. The ticket is good for 2 years also. So if you can't join us for May 20th through the 24th, you can push it out. We do it about every 6 months or so, and you've got 2 years to use your ticket. So there's really no reason, if you are interested in this and can make the commitment, jump in, get the ticket, get all the bonuses. I mean, the bonuses are worth a lot more than the ticket price, especially with eSchool. If you need any kind of individual consultation, then sign up for a call at coachshansmith.com/bookmycall. My biggest hope is that you walk away with hope, and you know that you can do this. Whatever this is for you, you can do this if you're willing to get in the right classroom and be taught by the right teachers with the structure that is designed for mastery. Nobody can't do this work. And the thought that I just had a moment ago that I want to say for the very last end here, this is what I want you to ponder, consider. And some of you already do this, I know. But understanding all of this is so fascinating to me to think about, and it never doesn't get me. You have the ability to change the way somebody experiences the rest of their lives just by making sounds with your mouth. And I don't need to try to make that sound any better, because that's about as cool as anything could be in terms of your ability to help other people. You can make sounds with your mouth and change the way they experience the rest of their lives. That's pretty damn hot. If you're going to join us, I can't wait. If you're not, I'll root for you on the sidelines. I hope there's been something in this state of the coaching industry that's been valuable for you. Please let us know. Continue to engage. If you're watching the replay, type in questions, put a Q next to it so that we see it. And just ask anything that you have. We're here to help. We just really want more people that are committed to doing this work as real people, so that you can go out and help more of the real people that the fake people are not helping.
And if I may,
I'm not saying that from a judgmental standpoint. I'm not trying to throw shade at people, but real people need real people just walking them through the realities of life. So that's my wish for all of you. Who just opened the mic and said, if I may?
That's me, Sarah.
Perfect.
I just wanted to acknowledge you, Sean, for being such a man of service and kindness and wanting to deliver at the highest level for everyone. It actually bring me to tears, that you just want to give and give and give over and beyond. And I just want to applaud you for not just, this moment of the 5 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is, everything that has gone into it. You're really a force to be reckoned with, and I'm so proud to be in partnership with you.
Thank you for that, Sarah. I appreciate it. And if you don't know, Sarah is she's a product of this work for many, many, many years, and the CEO of our company. And so she's driving this in many ways and was behind so much of this. And Michelle also on the other side. Many of you know Michelle. She's as big of a product of this work as anybody else. And so the two of you are doing so much behind the scenes, whether it's here, like what people are not seeing, or it's ahead of time making slides and and trying to wrangle me in, or just telling me what color shirt I should wear, like whatever it is from A to Z. I appreciate the two of you tremendously, and so much goes into the capacity, for this company and what we do, and the two of you are big, big parts of that. So thank you for that. I receive everything that you said, and it's been 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna have to end this, and but we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon in some capacity. And for those of you that are, well, I'll save that for another time. I appreciate you all. Have a great rest of your day, and go change some lives.